This Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ebrd. I'm an Associate Director in our Trade Facilitation Program, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to this year's TFP Information Session. It's been 3 years since we managed to meet in person, and we're delighted to welcome all our friends, partners, and colleagues in person, but of course the record number of colleagues joining us live. The world has changed drastically since we last gathered in person, and yet the industry that we represent here is stronger than ever, and your presence here and virtually is a testament to our commitment to keep trade moving, even now when it matters most. We have an exciting afternoon ahead of us. We'll cover some of the Ebrd and TFP's priorities for the future, discuss trade in the region, and of course, we'll finish with the highly anticipated award ceremony. So stay with us until the end and find out who the lucky winners are. And now, without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage Ebrd's Managing Director for Financial Institutions, Francis Malige.
Dear colleagues, such a pleasure to see you in person. Last time around was in Sarajevo. I recognize many faces. We meet now in a very different world, where we are recovering from the ongoing pandemic and where we have to face the consequences of the war and of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And within this new altered reality, international trade actually continues to play a vital role, to which your contribution is fundamental. We're delighted to meet here in Marrakesh to discuss critical trade finance topics and to award this year's most active issuing banks. We'll do that later today at 5:30, is when I get to shake all of the hands. But work for the TFP has not stopped with the pandemic, and in fact, demand for TFP has grown immensely. Keeping global trade moving has been crucial, and in the first year of the pandemic, in 2020, the TFP team achieved a record annual volume of over 3.2 billion. That was the 2021 number, but 2020 wasn't very, very far behind, and supported almost 2,000 transactions. The program now prepares to face new challenges, to be very active in guaranteeing food security, for example, and essential goods trade where needed. So we've shifted the focus of attention to the impact the war is having on trade finance directly in Ukraine, but also on the disruption of supply chains in the entire Ebrd region. In the meantime, because we shouldn't forget the longer-term challenges, the team is also contributing to Ebrd's journey to become a majority green bank by 2025, and remains committed to secure green and sustainable development of trade finance. Last year, TFP processed 223 green transactions, with a total turnover of more than 375 million euros. Thanks to the outstanding results and to the team's commitment, I'm excited to announce that this year, Ebrd has won the Global Sustainable Trade Finance Awards 2022, awarded by Trade Finance Global International Trade Awards in cooperation with the Banking Association for Finance and Trade. It's a very prestigious prize, and I'm very proud of the achievement of the TFP team, which is so ably led by Rudolf and Hannah here in this room, and who is welcome. and bravo to the entire team. TFP is also working to accelerate digital transition in trade finance in Ebrd's regions of operation through policy dialogue, capacity building activities to support our partner banks to digitalize their trade finance business. Last year, we participated and we facilitated 6 trials on digital trade finance platforms within the market, which have seen the active participation of some of our partner banks and promoted efficient and transparent KYC procedures by onboarding 91 out of our 129 active partner banks onto the SWIFT KYC registry. And if you do not understand what I've just said, stick around, it will be explained this afternoon. You've all contributed to the achievements of our TFP, and I'd like to congratulate all of you, this great community that we've been building together for the past 2 decades and more, for your impressive achievements in making an impact in supporting trade at one of the most critical times the world has faced in the 21st century. And now, it's a great privilege for me to introduce in person, unlike last year when she was here remotely, for the first time in the history of the TFP program information session, the president of the EBRD, Odile Renaud-Bassot. Odile, welcome.
I was too quick. The music is excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends of TFP, it's really my pleasure to welcome you to our EBRD Trade Facilitation Program information session and awards ceremony. And it's indeed a great pleasure to meet face-to-face after last year's online exchange. As Francis said, the challenges faced by the trade finance industry over the last 2 years have been enormous. But so have been its achievements over the same period. And I really believe, I'm completely convinced, and I know you share that international trade is vital for global economic growth, prosperity, and world peace. That's why it was so crucial that it continued to function during the pandemic, and that it continues to deliver in these tragic times today. While Russia's war on Ukraine rages on, you continue to provide unwavering support to your clients and the wider community to keep global trade going. Within the EBRD, your industry responded very quickly and effectively to the emergencies we have faced these last 2 years. We now need to confront new challenges. For example, the EBRD is actively exploring ways to help our regions counter threats to their food security, which is an issue, a global issue, and it's becoming a global issue. In 2021, our trade facilitation program alone supported over 800 million euros in food and food commodities, 2/3 of this representing essential food imports into the SEMED region, including our host country here, Morocco. Trade finance is well known for being a community built on close relationships and friends. It's really a family, in a way. And forums such as these demonstrate how we stand united. Being back together in person develops relationships, promotes collaboration, and encourages brainstorming. And all this will help us achieve our common goal of supporting trade and trade finance. I've understood in the 2 years I've spent in EBRD almost that the TFP Awards ceremony is considered one of the most prestigious events of the whole week. So congratulations in advance to the winners, and congratulations to all of you for everything you've been doing, but in particular to the winners. And I wish you all a very fruitful discussion and this afternoon an enjoyable stay in Morocco. Thank you very much.
And now we are going to have the pleasure of hearing from Mr. Kelly Xie, who is the representative of the Taipei Representative Office in the UK. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us, but he has a colleague in the room, so any questions or messages to our good friends and long-standing partners from the Taipei office, you could address to this young lady who is giving us the pleasure of her company today. Let's watch the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends of the Trade Facilitation Program. It is my great pleasure to join you at today's event. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the TFP team for its achievements of the past year. I would also like to extend my warmest congratulations to all award winners on your excellent achievement in enhancing trade finance activities in EBRD region. But we are still in a challenging world. The pandemic is not over, and the war in Ukraine has further disrupted supply chain of the global economy that is just about to begin recovery. And its impact continues to be felt around the world, particularly in EBRD's countries of operations. Now, over the past 2 years, we have witnessed that the EBRD has resolutely risen to the challenges brought about by the pandemic and effectively done a great job in facilitating global trade through the Trade Facilitation Program. And as quickly as it could to respond to the fallout of the aggression of Ukraine by Russia, the EBRD has devised 2 billion resilience package and started to roll out various forms of financial aid available to Ukraine and neighboring countries. It is plausible that as one of the crucial components of the package, the TFP has hugely uplifted its envelope for Ukraine to support both general trade and food security. On the other hand, as a long-standing partner of the EBRD, we are pleased to have supported TFP's work in promoting the awareness of EBRD's trade finance service through the Taiwan Business EBRD Technical Cooperation Fund. We're also proud to take part in the bank's emergency assistance project for supporting 2 major delivery companies in Ukraine. They will be able to continue transporting crucial humanitarian goods and servicing thousands of Ukrainian small and medium enterprises to stay viably operational. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that we will stand with Ukraine, that Taipei will continue to work with EBRD under its resilience and livelihood framework with regard to Ukraine and beyond, and that we will remain proactive in collaborating with TFP in green trade and digital transition, which are prioritized to be pursued in the bank's strategic and capital framework. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my congratulations to the award winners today, and I wish you all every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Odile, Representative Xie, and Francis for the opening remarks. And now I would like to invite Dr. Rudolf Putz, head of the TFP, to provide us with an update on the latest developments of the TFP program. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here, and it's a pleasure for me not only because it's the opportunity to see business partners, but also to see friends. And I see in the audience friends with whom we have doing business since start of a trade facilitation program. And I remember very well the first TFP event which we organized in 2004. And one of the award winners for the most active confirming bank in 2004, almost 20 years, was GB. GB representing American Express Bank as the most active confirming bank under the trade facilitation program. And it warms my heart when I see JP once again, 18 years later, joining us. He has already retired, but still he works, and representing the most active confirming bank of 2004 under the trade facilitation program. Over the years, the program has grown. I will show you a bit on a few PowerPoint slides why the program has grown. And the program has grown not only because we have established more facilities, we have included more banks, we are working now in a larger region, but also because we have helped our partner banks to increase their trade finance business. So the major reason of growth is not only the increase of our lines, it's really the development work which we have done, and the work to increase their own trade finance business. So let me show you a few PowerPoint slides to remind you what we are doing under the trade facilitation program, how we are doing it, and what we have achieved and what we are still trying to achieve in the next times to come. How does the program work? As you all know, we have guarantee facilities, we have cash facilities, and we promote trade not only with guarantees and cash facilities, but also we support our partner banks in doing receivables financing and factoring activities. We cover risk, we provide liquidity, and we help partner banks to find clients also through more innovative structures, through factoring and supply chain finance. As most of you know, under the trade facilitation program, our guarantee facility, there is always an issuing bank, a confirming bank, and very often partner banks ask us why we do not lend directly to exporters and importers. And the reason is because we want to support our partner banks in the development of our business. We want to finance only transactions which cannot be financed by anyone else. Good examples are currently Ukraine or Lebanon. Many years ago, confirming banks had sufficient own lines for these countries, but now we need EBRD support because for political risk and for commercial payment risk is just too high. So EBRD stands behind for business, but only when we are needed. A good example of a transaction which we financed in Ukraine was for building of a wind farm in Ukraine. And as you know, Ukraine is strongly dependent on imported fossil fuel, and EBRD has set itself a goal in helping our partner banks and our countries of operation in becoming independent from imports of fossil fuel. So this is a nice example where the trade facilitation program has financed for import of equipment into Ukraine, which helps Ukraine to replace imports of fossil fuel by electric energy generated in Ukraine in a very sustainable manner. In Ukraine, and this is definitely a big topic of us, because Ukraine is a country which really needs EBRD support, particularly in this moment. And I'm happy to tell you that EBRD has not stopped its business in Ukraine. We have even increased our facilities. We work with 10 partner banks in Ukraine. And since start of a program 20 years ago, we have financed more than 3,000 trade finance transactions in Ukraine. And still today, we are continuing our business. And partner banks in Ukraine use our facilities for the import of fertilizers, crop protection chemicals, agricultural equipment, but also for the import of fertilizers and export of grain. And this is exactly what Ukraine needs. And we support not only the production of grain in Ukraine, even during the war, but also the export of grain to other EBRD's countries of operation, including Morocco. So it's a nice example how we work with local banks, and local banks only lend to importers and exporters in their countries, even in difficult times. Over the years, the program has grown. It has grown, as mentioned before, because our partner banks have increased their business, but also because over the years we have added new countries to the trade facilitation program. We have added Mongolia, Turkey, the Mediterranean countries, the southern and eastern Mediterranean. We were even operating in Cyprus. We are still operating in Greece. And all these additional countries have also resulted in additional business. And over the last 20 years, we have already supported more than 29,000 transactions under the trade facilitation program. Today is also an opportunity for me to thank our partner banks, and particularly for confirming banks for their active participation and use of our program. Because we can only do guarantee business when we have partner banks. And if partner banks stop correspondent banking, we cannot support trade. So it's a big thank you to the most active confirming banks under the trade facilitation program. And we have listed it from the number of transactions. We have not listed them by business volume because we think that support should be equally recognized independent of the size of a transaction. So it's not surprising if we look at the trade flows that German banks, Austrian banks, Italian banks, of course, we have the most active participants in this program. But it's not only large banks. If you look at this list, it's also smaller banks. They may seem small on an international scale, but they are not small in the national region. And if I look, for example, at this list, you see some smaller banks like Otto BHF Bank, very active and still providing correspondent banking relationships also to smaller banks in early transition countries. And I would like to use this opportunity to motivate our partner banks to keep the lines open. Without correspondent banks, trade finance doesn't work. And even if we guarantee 100% of a risk, we need a bank that operates for payments and does for payments, checks for documents. So the big thank you to all the participating banks that they have been using our facilities for business with EBRD's partner banks. Our strategy for the next years to come, of course, it's supporting sustainable trade finance, green transactions, exit of fossil fuel. We have already exited from fossil fuel, and on a very selective basis, we still support some smaller imports of diesel and gasoline into Lebanon and Ukraine. But generally, we have stopped financing trade in fossil fuel. And another priority for us is to support our partner banks in the digitalisation of their trade finance business. This is important because it will help our partner banks to do bigger volumes with lower cost. Under the Green Trade Facilitation Program, we support sustainable trade. Trade with green technologies, with green materials, with recycled materials. And in the last 5 years, as mentioned before already, we have supported more than 1,000 of a green economy in 26 countries of operation. And this is remarkable because you would assume that green trade is only being done by large countries. No, but our statistic shows that even in small countries, in 26 countries, banks have used our trade finance facilities for the support of green transactions. Green is important. We have set ourselves targets. Last year, we already supported more than 200 million of green transactions, supported 223 transactions, and 45 partner banks have used our facilities also for the supply for green trade. In addition, we support our partner banks in the development of a factoring and supply chain finance business. Through factoring facilities, we provide liquidity to local banks. We provide them also with guarantee receivables, with guarantee facilities to cover also cross-border factoring transactions. And here I would like to show a groundbreaking transaction. And it's groundbreaking because we have now, this year, for the first time, been able to support also cross-border factoring facilities. Factoring facilities, in this example, an export from Georgia into Armenia, financed by an import factor and guaranteed by an export factor. And Ebrd covered the payment risk of the import factor to the export factor. And this is a groundbreaking transaction because it shows that trade finance and factoring grow together. Very often, banks start to trade on covered business with letter of credit business, but for importers and exporters know each other, for more they trend to trade on open terms, on open payment terms, but they still need someone to finance the transactions and to cover the payment risk. So we think that the future of trade is not only documentary credits, it's also open payment terms, but still there will be need for banks and financial institutions to finance the trade and to cover for risk. I would like to use this opportunity also to thank our co-financing partners because in some countries Ebrd has own limits, but very often the own limits are not sufficient to cover all the risk and all the financing which we have to provide. So we team up with our developmental financial institutions, with our commercial banks, like for example the Arab Trade Finance Program or AKA Bank in Germany or the OPEC Fund for International Development. They share part of our risk and provide additional risk-taking capacity. Also, we use insurance cover for some of our countries, and that helps us to increase our lines and to increase our support for even bigger volumes than we could facilitate under our own program. The program provides not only guarantees and cash, it provides also education. And education is important, particularly for smaller countries in emerging markets. Some banks, they have not yet established any factoring departments. Some banks, they don't yet have a department for sustainable trade. So Ebrd helps them to set up a department, helps them to develop a strategy. We employ consultants, we provide training courses, face-to-face training courses, e-learning courses, and this helps our partner banks to get a better understanding of their products, to improve their operations, and to support their clients in a more efficient and a more professional way. The e-learning program has been developed in cooperation with trade finance associations, because trade finance associations they support their own members, but we help trade finance associations also to enter into markets which they would never been able to cover before. For example, countries like Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, Moldova. These are small countries where local banks are not yet member of associations, but where Ebrd teams up with trade finance associations to spread trade finance knowledge and spread trade finance know-how also to smaller countries and to smaller banks in the early transition countries. We are very proud, as already mentioned today by Odile, that we have for the first time won for Sustainable Trade Finance Award of Trade Finance Global and BAFT. We are proud of it because it shows that we are not doing only efforts to support our partner banks in the development of a trade finance business and of a green trade finance business, but that these efforts have also been recognized. So sustainable trade becomes a part of a business. It becomes a part of a business also of our partner banks. And we are very happy that these efforts have been recognized and that the Ebrd has been able to get this award in one of our priority areas where we really want to be leaders. This brings me to the end of my presentation, and I would like to use this opportunity also to thank my colleagues and my team who have been preparing this conference and this meeting today. They did a hard work because we are not professional conference organizers, we are banks. But in the morning they were financing trade of our partner banks, and in the evening they were putting together a program inviting speakers. So thank you also very much to my own team, including also Anna, who has been leading this effort. And together with my colleagues, it's a strong team. We work as a team, and everybody can feel as a team. And we need this team in order to work with such a high number of partner banks. So thank you all for joining us for this event. I hope you will find it useful. We will have panels. We will have discussion panels where many of you can express your own views, your own experience, share also your experience in working with the Ebrd, and give us some new ideas how we can support more trade and more trade finance in our country. So thank you all, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rudolf. And I would now like to invite all my panelists to join me first off stage to get mic'd up, and then over here on stage. Thank you. Hello once again. Welcome to our first panel discussion of this information session. And where else to start than in the region we're currently in? So today's first session will focus on trade finance in the southeastern Mediterranean. Ebrd expanded to the region in 2011, with Lebanon and West Bank and Gaza joining late in 2018. And since then, the Ebrd has invested over 10.5 billion euro into the region. And of course, trade finance played a vital role also in the expansion of Ebrd to the region. And today we would like to hear a bit more what trade finance in the southeastern Mediterranean is like. Is it different to our other regions? What are the challenges potentially in doing business here, but also what attracts foreign banks in the region? So usually I would say ladies first, but I hope Sally will, forgive me, and I will start with our host, Faisal Badawi. I will start with you, Director of Foreign Banking Division and Trade Finance of Bank of Africa, BMC Group. We've been working together, been friends together for a long time, and developed our trade finance business in Morocco also together with you. So I think also for the audience here today, we're all in Marrakesh. What a beautiful city to be in for our annual meeting. And I'm sure that everyone in the audience is very curious, what is trade finance in Morocco? What is the typical business? Your clients, so maybe you give us an overview and we'll take it from there then, yeah?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would like to thank Ebrd for inviting us to this beautiful city that we all love. And also thank you, Anna, for inviting me to this panel. There are two main ideas I would like to share with you. The first thing is something that we have noticed during the early starting of the pandemic is the fact that many of our corporate customers have requested us to extend the trade finance request for existing transactions reaching maturity. So there was first this higher demand. The second thing is that we have noticed sort of a shift from what we call un produit d'appel, a loss leader, to a flagship product, meaning that trade finance business became today a flagship product. The reason behind that is that there is a differential in terms of interest, and it's more interesting for our customers to refinance their transactions in hard currencies rather than in local currencies. And currently, the difference is somewhere between 2 to 2.5% per annum. Excuse me. The second thing is that in terms of the nature of our customers, usually we refinance transactions to both corporate and SMEs. The ratio is between 35 to 65%. And these customers, they import mainly commodities. Mm-hmm. And when we talk about commodities, we're talking about energy products like fuel, natural gas, commercial butane. There's also agricultural products, cereals, of course, wheat, corn, sunflower seeds, sugar. There's also steel, and we also refinance cars for the local distributions. For our main suppliers as a country, we find Spain. This is as per the 2021 figures. Mm-hmm. Spain, followed by China, France, the United States, and Turkey. But for our customers, our main customers are Spain at the first place, France, Italy, followed by India and Brazil. Morocco also is emphasizing in developing its integration toward the rest of Africa, which is natural. So, and this is happening through the ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. If I had to talk about the challenges, I can talk about three main challenges. The first one is the fact that I will use the example of the start of the pandemic, because many of our friends or partners, commercial banks, they have canceled their limits in Morocco. The reason behind that is that they prefer to focus mainly on their own customers in their home countries. Luckily, the COVID-19 solidarity package has saved us to some extent, that's EBRD's package, by increasing the limits and maintaining the same margins. So we couldn't ask for more, so I take this opportunity to thank Ebrd for that. The second main challenge is the pricing. We are in a market where Moroccan customers are very price sensitive. So any increase in pricing push us to make a very tough decision whether to refinance the transactions in hard currency or in local currency. The third challenge, but not the least, is that Ebrd has decided back in June, I heard Rudolph saying that earlier today, they have decided to exit refinancing the fuel products, fossil fuel energy products, and this limits us substantially in using the trade facilitation program.
Thank you, Faisal. I think, first of all, very interesting to hear how the market works, and I think the future with more trade within the African region through the free trade agreement will be, something to look at further. Hopefully, also we will be more involved going forward in years to come in that. And with regards to challenges, I think some of them our partners here and colleagues will echo that they feel the same in their countries. The pricing, everything is very similar. I think we may think trade is so different, so someone sitting in Central Asia may think trade finance is so different, must be in Morocco, but I think we all face very similar challenges, especially at the moment. So thank you for the introduction, and I'm sure that off stage, the guests here today will also be very curious to hear more about Moroccan trade, but now I'll go to ladies, if I may, and turn to Sally. Sally, we've also been working for many years with QNB Al Ahli, developed our trade finance business in Egypt together with you. So it'd also be good to hear, we're on the same continent, just on the other side of it a bit. Do you feel your trade finance business is similar to what we hear from Faisal at Bank of Africa? Maybe some introduction from your side.
Sure. Actually, yes, I didn't realize that we're very similar. We almost share the same sectors and same countries that we trade with. Maybe just a little background of the Egyptian trade. Egypt is a net importer. We import a total of annual, I just use the 2021 figures to give you an annual feeling of the trade volume that Egypt does. Our import size for 2021 came at USD 77 billion, while our export volume came at around 30 billion. It gives you a feeling that we lean more into import rather than export. QNB Al Ahli had a good share, we believe, being very much focused on corporate banking and trade financing. Our market share from the Egyptian import transaction came at 7%, which means USD 5 billion import transaction, while on the export side, we have a larger market share of 12%, where our export transaction came at around USD 4 billion. For the sectors and the countries that we trade with, very similar to Morocco. The main commodities or sectors that we trade, whether on the import or the export side, as agricultural crops, chemicals, fertilizers, building materials, food industry, and engineering services. We do export a lot of contracting services, while we import a lot of machinery. On the markets, Europe as a whole come maybe as at the top of our areas that we trade with. Then the United States, China, and some Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. And also we do some business with Russia and Turkey. We are a very well diversified bank in terms of clientele base. We do a lot with corporate, whether on the large size, medium size, and SMEs, but we have been investing a lot on or giving more focus, encouraged by the government and the Central Bank of Egypt through several initiatives to focus more on the SME side. So if we look at our trade volume for the 2021, by count, almost 60% of our trade transactions were made with SMEs client, but not on volume, of course, because they do trade in a smaller volume versus the large and medium-sized companies. So, but still, they came on the volume size to a 25% of our annual trade volume, which is quite good, which is quite substantial. Of course, there has been a couple of developments, I would say, on the Egyptian market. We will look at them as opportunities. And you know that we have been dealing with Ebrd TFP for almost 7 years now. And throughout the 7 years, we always see what Ebrd is doing on the TFP or the support they are providing on the TFP. I would describe it as timely. Yani you always come mirroring what's going on in terms of development in the market that you operate in. Of course, you all know that Egypt has been doing a lot of efforts and a lot of reforms to regularize and manage our trading business. We started to pay a lot of attention to how we to control or how to manage and monitor what is arriving at our ports. And we are very much focused or encouraged to apply whatever digitally possible initiatives or digitally possible means to be able to identify and track what is arriving to our ports. So lately, Egypt have been applying what we call the ACID, which is the system we use to give digital identification or pre-registration to the goods being delivered to our country. And we have been investing a lot in the expansion of the Cargo X platform, where we will all the trade stakeholders, whether on the government side or the corporate side or the banking side, will be able to be linked together to see what is coming to our ports, goods or commodities-wise, give it an ID and track it. It has been already applied to our marine ports, and airports is coming in the very near future.
So it's like digitalization of the customs system.
Yes.
So all the goods are being tagged and monitored.
Yes, yeah. And it has to be pre-registered. They have to receive a pre-ID before it's being shipped to our ports. And the TFP has been very, very timely again when you came to us and you offered to support us to explore the trade finance blockchain systems that we highly value and highly appreciate. The several trials and the several access you provided to us to tap into this area. You provided us trials on the Contour and the WeTrade platform, and you gave all the technical support to be able to test these platforms and see if we, at this stage in Egypt as a market or at QNB Al Ahli as a bank, with the Cargo X being much focused on, are ready to be onboarded these technologies and these platforms, which again will help on the several developments and several changes that is being done in our market right now.
Thank you, Sally. Very interesting. And I have to say, QNB is always very forthcoming. Whenever we come with new ideas, you guys are always ready to pilot them with us, test something. So thank you for that. And I'm sure there will be many more in the future.
Just keep them coming.
We will. But maybe just a follow-up question, because you mentioned kind of the whole revamp, let's say, of the custom structure and pre-registration. And I also understand there was another recent development in the last few months in Egypt with regards to all imports. Apart, there are some exclusions, of course, but otherwise, all imports have to be routed through trade finance instruments, through LCs.
True.
So how do you see that maybe developing kind of or impacting your business as well as a bank?
We see it as a development that falls within what I've been explaining, what the government is trying to do with the managing the overall trade activities and mainly the importation side. So changing the instrument from DCs or open account trading to LCs, it is on the developing phase or in the preparation phase, I would say. Banks in Egypt and the correspondence that we deal with outside Egypt, we are now on the trial phases to see the volumes that are going to be switched, the magnitude of the limits that we would expect our correspondents to accommodate for the Egyptian banks and vice versa, to be able to deal with this increased volume toward the LCs. But again, a user of the TFP and the increasing network, the TFP keeps adding more correspondents, more banks are joining the TFP. We see that there is a good backup support in case there are some correspondents that might have a limited appetite for increasing limits to Egyptian banks in general. A program like the TFP and a multilateral bank like the Ebrd, the level of support you give under the TFP will work very well in supporting this switch, which it will take sometimes for everyone to be on board, and it is geared for the good. It's geared for the better management of our trade volumes.
Okay, thank you, Sally. We'll be there, obviously, to support, and let's see how that further develops. Now let me go to Kais. Very good to have you here. As I mentioned at the beginning, both Lebanon and West Bank and Gaza joined the Ebrd much later in 2018. So in those 4 years, we've managed to develop quite a good, trade finance business with you. Try to support you as much as we can, but I'm sure that the audience here probably knows less about the trade finance business in West Bank as opposed to maybe Egypt. So maybe an introduction also about Quds Bank and how the trade finance landscape is in the West Bank.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll take this opportunity to thank Ebrd and the donor community and also the government of Morocco to host us in this beautiful country. Speaking about geographical existence of Palestine, it's at the heart of the Arab world, connecting Southeast Asia to Africa, connecting the Gulf countries to Africa and Europe as well. But the trade transactions or let's say the outbound and inbound of products and commodities are very hindered and restricted due to the fact that we operate in a very insecure, let's say, atmosphere. And this is due to multiple political unrest and the multiple disputes, which really hinders our control over the importation and the commodities. So if we're talking about the West Bank really consists of 3 divided areas. We have Area A, B, and C. Area C has the most resources, natural resources, and access to natural resources and agribusiness are placed in Area C, whereby that area is very vital towards the sustainability of the Palestinian economy. And due to political unrest, there are many restrictions that are going on that really hinders the businesses and stops the Palestinian businesses to be really independent, and they are mostly dependent on the Israeli importation of products, even like very essential products as well. So speaking about this, we have lack of access to resources, to natural resources. We have restrictions on the importation of products and even exportation of products, which really derives a higher logistical cost on the Palestinian merchants once they want to conduct business. Definitely, we have lack of border control So customs duties, they are all collected through the Israeli government on behalf of the Palestinian Authority. And the Israeli government, in most of the times, they have delayed the reconciliation, let's say, of the customs and duties that should go back to the Palestinian Authority, which exerted so much pressure on the Palestinian Authority to deal with their fiscal policies and monetary policies and procedures to be in place. Speaking about the most sectors that we really import or that we are actively importing is, first of all, electricity or energy. Then we go to petroleum and gas, and then we go to cement. So those are like the three main major products that we import, and this is all due to restrictions. One thing that I want to mention about the restrictions that we have, the dual-use products or the dual-use list that we all know is actually different in the Palestinian areas than any other place in the world. We cannot even produce our own cement. We need to import the cement from the Israeli side, and that is due because of some components that are, dually used for other manners and means. So all of those impediments come into pressure on the Palestinian merchants. And all of those complications, even like on the borders, for instance, or the ports, once the Palestinian merchants wants to import any products from outside the historical borders of Palestine, they really think not twice, they think 10 times. They rather import it from the Israeli side than importing it from abroad. And this brings us to the large volumes of tradable products which are imported from Israel, which accounts to around 75% of the importation into the Palestinian areas. Speaking about our relationship with Ebrd, of course, we started the relationship in 2019. We started with a credit line or TFP line of 2 million. During the last 2 years, we were that much active, having the line increased to 12 million nowadays. And most of the line was really utilized towards agribusiness, where we really imported largely fertilizers and other supplements of agro products, and it was mostly from the Israeli side. Like 90% of the support of those transactions are from the Israeli side. We also, during 2021, the TFP line opened up other business lines with Ebrd. We jointly engaged in supporting small, medium enterprises that were affected by the pandemic. We signed another direct lending facility of $5 million. So this brings us to a total exposure of $17 million, if compared with the commencement of the relationship, which we started with $2 million.
So despite all these, thank you. So despite all these challenges,
a lot of challenges.
Yeah, we still, in the last 3 years, managed to increase the trade finance limit sixfold, representing how much demand there is, and that we're trying to grow it. And with the help of the facility, also trying to attract more commercial banks, of course, to act as confirming banks on the business, but also overall the relationship. So there are a lot of opportunities, despite the challenges, which are very prevalent. Of course, the opportunities are also there. So that's very
exactly, and it's very challenging once you reach out to clients because logistical costs are very high, tremendously high. they ought to deal with open account bases with suppliers or payment in advance rather than going towards the LCs and so on, or the collection products. So we really tend to convince them that LCs are much more better. You have much more traceability, you have much more control over the products that you want to import, and so on. So is that the voice?
No one knows.
No one knows. Okay.
So we'll just continue.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So that's in a nutshell. This is what we have in terms of the let's say the ecosystem that we operate in, which is very difficult. Now let's say the other part of the benefit out of the EBRD's relationship falls on ourselves, like as Quds Bank. It really helped us in pinpointing the agreement in towards our profile. We say it with pride that we have agreements with an esteemed institution like EBRD. Once we get this introductory with any international financial institution, then it is perceived in a better manner, and it does facilitate the transactions much more better. Other than that, it has saved a lot of liquidity, since we are realized as a very high-risk jurisdiction, and once we want to do any LC confirmation with any other bank, they request us to put 100% cash collateral. Thanks to EBRD's line, this has saved us on the liquidity side. So this means that we have injected more in the market, supporting more small and medium enterprises. Other than that, the capacity building courses and e-learning programs led by very well established and recognized institutions like International Chamber of Commerce, the ICA, which is the International Compliance Association. Those are all came up with the benefit not only for our employees but also for our clients who really want to know more about trade finance. They want to know better. They want to implement a better supply chain, let's say, methodologies on their business models, and this helped them a lot.
Excellent. Well, we will continue from our side, providing additional technical assistance, developing with you topics and areas which are of most importance to Quds Bank, to the banks in the West Bank, to further develop the trade finance and try and achieve even more despite all the challenges we've heard. So hopefully it was also interesting kind of for our guests here in the audience, and obviously for those watching online, and we'll be also in touch with you and other banks in the region to discuss potential trade. Thank you, guys. Last but not least, Florian, I would like to turn to you. Florian Witt, Managing Director from ODDO BHF Bank, and a bank that is very active in the region. You have a very strong footprint here. So, and of course, as having that regional overview from country to country, maybe you can share with us kind of a holistic approach to trade finance in the region, how you see it from your side and how it may be different. You know, we were also hoping to have Sofiane here today from Banque de Tunisie, but travel is unexpected. He will hopefully join us later today, but unfortunately not on the panel, so maybe also something about Tunisia to represent him, but of course with an overall outlook on the region. Florian.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. So when we try to build a holistic picture about trade finance in this region, first of all, I think we should start with the region. I would really like to express, and I feel it every time when I come to this region. You have such a cultural richness here in this region, such a long history. So sometimes, I think the Nordic countries in Europe should be a bit more humble by assessing the region. because if you look back into the last 3,000 years of history, most probably the higher development phase was basically for the much larger period in this region rather than in the north of Europe. So, and considering the situation we have currently in the energy markets, there is a huge potential in this region, that Europe needs to rebuild the ties to this region and to get them even stronger. So I think, first of all, for a European confirming bank, this region, and that's first part of the holistic answer, is a strategic region. And I believe maybe a bit too much overlooked over the last 15, 20 years, particularly Germany as a strong economy in Europe was pointed towards the east, to Asia and to the east of Europe. We had the discussion, and I remember that. I mean, one of the outcome that Ebrd is today engaged in this region. And I remember our first meeting after you have launched your 2011 program. I think we were in Casablanca and met all together. This was an outcome of a French initiative, to build a more European Mediterranean umbrella, and maybe not strongly supported by the Germans at that time. Why I'm saying this, I think we see the current situation proves that it was at that time good to consider the Mediterranean and the Northern African and the Near East, your country, and also Jordan, Lebanon, and potentially, hopefully in the future, also Syria again, to consider it more strategically, geopolitically for us as a partner, as an important partner. So that's, first of all, my personal belief. We will see much more trade and investment coming up. I mean, we have good examples when we look into Morocco is a very good example with Tanjamed, where today we see a lot of car producers in Europe developing and a lot of suppliers being there. Now we see our bank, ourselves, we are very much engaged in Tunisia. We have 10% of our staff is in Tunisia, so almost all our IT services and our research is being based in Tunisia, and we are very happy about that. You were asking me about Tunisia, so we have a very reliable structure, and basically a part of the backbone of our group is in Tunisia. We feel very comfortable. You find a lot of talented people there. And I could say a lot of things about Algeria for the energy, about Egypt, security in the region, providing that. So there is a lot that we should strategically consider. When it comes to trade finance, I think that's basically the backbone. There is no investment without trade. I think that's evident. We don't need to have gone through long periods of business school to have understood where you find investment, you will definitely find trade. Not everywhere where you find trade, you will find investment. But for sure, where you find investment, you will find trade. So this is a precondition, to increase and improve the investment relations between the two areas. So, of course, when you look into the country risk, and if you look at in the current situation of changing interest rate environment, where you have a lot of inflationary pressure in the dollar and in the euro, and whether we like it or not, you could criticize that, but the two currencies represent 90% of the currencies that are traded around the world and that are needed to fuel trade finance. So the interest rate policy will definitely have an impact, and the interest rate policy is more against, a liquid, fluid trade finance market. So that's something we need to consider. We are seeing already in other asset classes that the markets are drying up, fixed income, in the equity markets, and we need to see, and we need all to work together. And I remember great work with Ebrd, African Development Bank, IFC at that time, and VTO, WTO when we created the so-called liquidity programs in trade finance after the global financial crisis. I think we need to be aware that these things may become more important again to make it less, or to get it friction lesser than we may expect such an interest rate environment shift that will be, in my view, quite drastic in the weeks and months to come. Then secondly, of course, we have the geopolitical issue, but what shall I tell you what it means to deal with it? You know, to deal with higher cereal prices, with higher oil import prices. You experience it better than us. The challenge we have is that our limits need to be adapted to that because the trade volume is increasing, obviously, and we are trying to do our best to achieve that. So that is of course something that is a pressure on the region, but it's a pressure worldwide. I believe when you come from a more holistic point, and that's a big advantage of this region, which I know for a long time, and Faisal and myself, we know for each other for almost 20 years. So, you know, this region is a region that knows how to communicate, how to build trust between different parties. And the more parties are involved and trust is being built, and thank you for having arranged all that, because that's an important event to do that, you know, to come back again, because the Teams and Zoom sessions we have help to bridge some time, but a hug is still a hug, you know, and I think, you know, building trust is important. Then putting all the resources together that Ebrd offers, that the commercial banks need to offer. Now we have a role to play. We have a commitment to give to the market. I'm not so, you know, critical about the future. I think we can build it together, you know, and but we need to be efficient in communicating. That, I think, is the motto I would give to the audience today.
Thank you, Florian. And I think just to mention that, you know, Teams and Zoom is nice, but hugs are, you know, what matters. And I think that is especially, you feel that here, you know, and this
Exactly.
is, you know, the relationship, the passion we have for the business. It becomes very personal, as of course anywhere, but you feel it here in the Southeast Mediterranean the most.
And if I may, you know, I'm vice chair of the ICC Banking Commission, and we are speaking a lot about the trade register that we invented in order to populate data and to provide a more accurate data about the defaults of trade finance. And whenever we advocate with regulators, you know, they ask us why this is happening, and we give them several reasons. And sometimes you realize that people, and particular regulators, don't believe in this relationship thing because they cannot measure it. But I always tell them, listen, this is an important part of the equation. Unfortunately, this is not a part we can measure, but we can measure the result. So believe in it. It makes sense to keep relationships, and it makes sense to have people in the banks who take care of relationships, and not to take this correspondent banking business only as a technical thing. You know, I think that is also something we need to lobby, and Rudolf did it remarkably well. Thank you, Rudolf, for advocating for correspondent banking. I think it's very, very important that we, in the community of international banks, we keep this correspondent banking idea, and we keep the resources for it, and the resources must be human. Otherwise, you know, I haven't seen an algorithm that can explain relationship in correspondent banking, you know. And I'm a mathematic addicted person, so if there was an algorithm, I wouldn't know it, you know. So I think we need to invest into people.
Thank you, Florian. Fully agree, and it's a topic we hear ourselves very often about how do you measure a relationship, how does it come into the formula. It's not, you cannot measure it, but you see the impact it creates. Absolutely. Maybe just a question to you, one more question to you, as you have, as I mentioned, and as the audience now also knows, a very regional focus here of the, do you see also a lot of trade finance between the countries in the region? I mean, we've heard also from Faisal, you know, with the free trade agreement, let's say in Africa, being implemented with trade increasing. Do you see these trade flows as trade within the region not just within Africa, but within the Southeast Mediterranean region that we as Ebrd cover also increased? Or is this still lagging maybe behind?
Well, what we observe is that there is a better consolidation across the region by banks from the region. I think there are good examples from Morocco, but there are also good examples from the Gulf and the Middle East. The Tunisian banks are gaining speed on that, and I think a lot of these cross-regional or intra-regional trade is going to be channeled through those banks, and to be honest, I don't think it makes sense that a bank like ours, is involved into a trade between Egypt and Morocco. That's the risk can be evaluated, by each of the parties better than we could do that. So even though we see sometimes such combinations, particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa, obviously, but I think the development will show that the things will also consolidate in that area, and in this region, maybe a bit stronger than in Sub-Saharan Africa. In this region, we see the consolidation is massive already.
All right, thank you. Just one final maybe question to all participants, and it's taking us back to something mentioned also by Francis and Odile and by Rudolf in his presentation. It's, of course, the impact the war has had now on food security. The panelists here today represent countries which are big importers of wheat, grain. Egypt is the biggest importer in the world. We've heard also, of course, the cereal imports in Morocco, and we see them. I'm sure the agricultural sector is also very important for West Bank. So maybe just a few words of what you may require going forward. We see, of course, prices increasing, and Florian mentioned that you will need larger limits, but you represent a region which is highly affected by food security at the moment. So maybe to the audience, to everyone watching us today, maybe a few words of how you see it within your banks, within your countries, and what you will need from the trade finance community in the coming months and years to come.
May I start?
Of course.
Well, while we thought that the pandemic was behind us, there is a new crisis, this war in Ukraine. And yes, indeed, Morocco has been affected by or impacted by this crisis, and ultimately our bank as well. Morocco imports mainly commodities. The main commodities imported by Morocco are from Russia and Ukraine are fuel, shark oil, and wheat. Of course, there are other products that we do export, like agricultural products, etc. So 40% of our fuel imports come from Russia, and in terms of shark oil, something around 58%. For wheat, 25% of our imports of last year, 2021, came from Russia, and roughly around 11% from Ukraine. So just to show you how important, our relationship is with these two countries. Now, the Moroccan government has taken some immediate measures, like suspending some taxes on wheat imports at the first place. Secondly, the Moroccan government launched some specific programs for the farmers. And earlier today, Florio has mentioned about the importance of the relationship. And here we're talking about relationship at the higher level, at the government level, where the government is assisting the Moroccan importers in finding some alternatives for Russia and Ukraine through the fact of finding some suppliers in France, the United States. I'm talking here about wheat. France, the United States, the UK, and even Brazil or Canada or Argentina. And if this war had an impact directly on us as a bank, I could only maybe talk about two examples. The very first one is the fact that we have noticed some delays in executing some payment orders related to trade transactions initiated before the war. So you can imagine how time this take. So in terms of a thorough screening of each transaction before getting approved. And as you all know, these sanctions are very dynamic and they keep changing on a daily basis. The second impact I thought of is by having this higher commodities prices, that has impacted the ticket per transaction. So we're talking about a minimum increase of 40% per transaction. So all transactions we used to open document LCs, mainly letters of credit, with some financial institutions. We had noticed that recently some subsidiaries of large financial institutions based in Europe have declined the possibility of confirming our letters of credit, stating that the country limits have been reached. So I'm talking here again about the subsidiaries. Of course, large financial institutions, they kept their limits unchanged. So here, maybe this is an idea where EBRD can work together with these banks in order to find the solutions.
Thank you, Faisal. We're definitely looking into ways, of course, to support our partner banks. Food security is becoming a main issue, and if we focus on that, especially, so we will be, working with you and all of you here to see what we can do to support our banks and our countries during this difficult time. Maybe Sally, just a few words. I know I'm getting notes that we will be overrunning soon, so maybe just a few words, as of course Egypt is the biggest importer in the world.
Nothing much to add to what Faisal has said. It's particularly the same. We do import. We do rely on Russia and Ukraine on our wheat, and we do import large piles or large amounts of wheat and oil from Russia. So the government is taking several steps and several agreements with other countries and other providers to find alternatives, and already advanced discussions on the way. What we would expect that our correspondent network on these countries to be receptive to increase the limits and to be competitive when it comes to pricing. And as we said, the TFP could help there. Hopefully, EBRD covers a lot of countries and a lot of areas, and we hope that the countries that we will switch to will be among EBRD's countries of operation.
Thank you so much.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, that we do not have direct importation from foreign countries. We do have some, definitely, but the impact is that it's not directly affecting the Palestinian economy. We're seeing that effect indirectly. We witnessed several delays in our wire transfers because we're already viewed as a high-risk jurisdiction by big banks and big institutions. So we always get extra due diligence on our transactions, extra vetting, which takes a little bit more time with the pressure on those institutions' heads because of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. So we're witnessing delays in normal wire transfers that are not only taking like few days, they're taking few weeks. And we're not talking about only like commercial transactions, we're talking about even consumer banking transactions. So yes, the effect is there, and it all runs through the ecosystem and the supply chain also of the businesses. The normal day-to-day work of businesses is not happening in the smooth way that we're used to get. So that's the effect that we're facing.
Very clear, guys. Thank you very much. Hopefully one can hear me without a mic. Thank you for that. Maybe just 1 minute also from Florian. You mentioned already earlier, know about the need of increased limits going forward. And of course, this is of importance in this region. And I hope that we'll be able to also work with all the BHF in supporting these increased ticket sizes, trade flows that are now important to support stability in the region. And I'm sure if you can, a few words, have you reacted to that? Or
Yeah, thank you, Anna. So on a wider picture, I think we should also all remain concerned. The situation is very difficult. The harvest in Europe, I mean, we are not speaking about the current situation. We need to speak about what's in September. So September, October. So situation will not get easier. And overall, I come back to the global environment. You have a situation like in the beginning of the 80s, you know, rising interest rate environment, and at the same time rising commodity prices, inflation. So it is not a good mixture. Again, what I'm saying is a lot of people need to put their hands now together and to work together. And I can only call also, and I do that regularly with also in my role as the ICC Vice Chair, regulators must also understand the situation. About, we can still try to apply new financial rules that were established or that were designed to respond to the global financial crisis, but the global financial crisis is 15 years ago. And that is not the problem of today anymore. The problem is what we are speaking about, food and energy security in the world. And that is much closer than solving the financial crisis. When we still remain in the mood of regulating the financial sector in a sense that emerging market business, trade finance business, is not considered what it is risk-wise, then we will all come to our limitations. And we are seeing that because increasing limits requires more capital. Lowering of the country ratings, which still dominate the thinking of the international financial community, even though after the financial crisis it was said it should be lower, but the impact has become higher. All that will have a capital effect. So I think we need to address that wherever we can, that regulators must also understand what it means to support trade finance in terms of capital in capital management in banks. And I think that is an important part of the equation. But I can also encourage our peers and friends in the market, for what is today necessary. I think we still have all capacities to do it on our own.
Thank you very much. On that note, I would like to thank all of my panel participants. Thank you for the insight into the market, into the region. Very fascinating. I think we all have the challenges, the opportunities are very similar, but I think especially this region will require a lot of support going forward with regards to the effects the war is having. And I wish you all a kind of fruitful discussion also off stage to ensure these trades can continue being supported and coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
think it's on here. Okay. It's on, right? Yeah. Good afternoon to all participants of Ebrd TFP's information session and award ceremony. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Nana Hurodze, and I'm moderating a panel of green trade. The topic of green finance is becoming increasingly important for all of us on individual and organizational level. And today we will discuss green finance and trade in the banking sector and how Ebrd is tackling related challenges. We have today Maya Henerkes, Director, Green Financial Systems, who will be talking about Ebrd's bank-wide initiatives. We also have with us Akmal Palvanov, who is Head of Financial Institutions at Uzpromstroybank Uzbekistan, Kamola Burihodjaeva, who is Executive Director, Global Trade, JP Morgan, Dimitri Verelis, Piraeus Bank, Greece, and Marc Aubois, Chancellor, World Trade Organization. Before handing over to our speakers, I would like to emphasize that as a part of the overall strategy of Ebrd, in TFP we are committed to sustainable growth. As mentioned by Rudolf in his presentation, we established green finance in 2016, and since then we supported more than 1.3 billion euro in green trade financing. We support sectors like agriculture, renewables energies, buildings, and some of the sustainably sourced materials and commodities that are accepted by the international schemes. With this, I will refer to Maya. Can you please talk about Ebrd's initiatives and how we are implementing Paris alignment?
Yeah, thanks, Nana. Hope you can hear me. So we've committed last year that we would align all our Ebrd funding, whether it's direct investments, indirect, trade finance, all of it, with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we made the commitment, but then we had to figure out actually how we're going to do that. And we found that there wasn't really an already fabricated approach out there that we could just simply adopt and follow, and then, you know, we're all done. We had to really go out and craft it ourselves. So a lot of work went into this last year. We're really now ready. We have published our methodologies, both for direct investment and, more importantly for you, of course, our indirectly financed projects through financial intermediaries. So we've published the approach, how we will align all of this with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And with that, we really mean we want to make sure that none of our funding goes against the ultimate goal of the Paris Agreement, which is to limit the temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius. So our approach is out there. We've publicly consulted on it. We know that a lot of you have also contributed with your opinions, and we're very grateful for that. And as of the end of this year, we will then start to fully implement this, and as of next year, all of our funding will be Paris aligned. So it's a lot of work. It wasn't easy to figure out how to do that. So I think maybe I'll tell you briefly how this will look like for our intermediated financing, which is, of course, the area that's of interest to you as partner financial institutions. We really want to start with a commitment. This is the first pillar. So all the partner financial institutions that we work with, we want to agree with you over time that really we're all collectively committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement. Yeah? After the commitment, the second pillar, so to speak, we're looking, which is a bit easier, we're looking at our use of proceeds. We can say that for a lot of our lines that we give out today, there is a very, very low risk that these are actually not aligned or that they are misaligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So you can imagine, obviously, all our green lines are automatically aligned. A lot of our SME lines, for example, are automatically aligned because they have short tenors, they're small tickets. Trade finance is very similarly very, very far aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So every partner financial institution that is in a relationship with us on the basis of one of those lines where we have a very low risk of alignment, we will probably come to you a little bit later, because also our challenge is that we have over 300 partner financial institutions overall as EBRD that we work with, and we can't tackle this big question with everybody at once. And we obviously don't just want to tell you, you have to do everything now in alignment with the Paris Agreement, but then not help out how to do that. What does it mean? What do we actively do? So we will look at our use of proceeds, and we will then everything where we have a higher risk of misalignment, things where there's no direct or very, let's say, ring-fenced use of proceeds. So that could be the case where we take an equity stake, for example, in a financial institution, or some forms of bond issuances, so on and so forth. And what we will do in those cases is we will run a Paris assessment. So we will assess partner financial institutions on their readiness and on their level of how much they're already aligned. That will look at TCFD recommendations. Are you taking climate risks into account? That will look at the climate corporate governance of the FI. What are they doing? Is the board taking climate matters into consideration? Are there maybe already commitments out there for fossil fuel strategies or reduction strategies, net zero commitments, and so on and so forth? We will look at that. And then the fourth pillar for us is then the transition plan. And this is really where we will work with our financial institutions to really come up with a concrete action plan, how to achieve Paris alignment over a reasonable period of time, because we also understand that it is a journey and we cannot just switch from one day to the next. It takes a bit of time to build internal capacities, to change our internal systems, to build out this climate corporate governance, and eventually, which is where obviously the truth lies, how does our portfolio transform at the end of this? So the transition plan will be really what guides this journey. And then just, again, because we don't want to let you just, dump you in this alone and let you swim by yourselves, we have actually fundraised a 25 million facility for climate corporate governance, which we will be using over the next years to really hands-on support our clients to identify what should be in my transition plan, what's right for my country, what's right for my business, what's right for my lending strategy and my types of clients, and to really figure this out and then how to implement it. So there will be support available. We hope that you will all be joining us on this journey, because we really committed to this. We really believe that at this day and age, and I think the geopolitical situation also confirms that there is no alternative. So, we'll invite you to come to this journey. Also, my colleague Senya is over there. You can all speak to us after this if you want to learn a little bit more. But I think I'll leave it at this for now, and if there's questions, we can talk about it more.
Sure. Thank you, Maya. I would like to refer to Kamola. Kamola, tell us, please, what this means for JP Morgan. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, thanks, Nana. First, let me thank you for having me in this panel discussion. It's a pleasure for me to talk on behalf of JP Morgan and be here in Marrakesh. And I completely echo what Maya said. I think we are all in this path and we have the same challenges. So last year, JP Morgan announced a new target to finance and facilitate $2.5 trillion over the next 10 years for sustainable development. And $1 trillion of that is to support green initiatives. So you can see the significance of that to JP Morgan and to the world. And we do that in a number of different areas. So one is the community development and green financing and development finance. So by community development, we mean that this advances economic inclusion in the developed markets with main focus on the small businesses and financing those small businesses, and provide home lending and affordable housing and affordable education and healthcare. And green finance, everyone knows, it's to support the cleaner sources of energy and development of solutions for that. And since 2016, JP Morgan has facilitated and financed over $210 billion towards green initiatives. And development finance is to finance socio-economic development and quality of life in emerging countries. So, as you know, that JP Morgan has its own development finance institution called JP Morgan DFI. And JP Morgan DFI provides a unique ESG offering to our clients where they make an assessment of the client business and projects, applying the methodology which is developed in consultation with the World Bank Group. And they issue a report which which shows the anticipated impact of that transaction and its alignment with the national sustainability development goals. So with that report, you can have a DFI qualification of ESG, and then the clients can use that assessment to communicate the impact to their shareholders, investors, government, or any other broader public. So just to give you a little bit of numbers behind what I say, you might have seen, it's about like 3 weeks ago, JP Morgan has issued its ESG report. And that report, I don't know if any of you have seen, has the hard numbers on where we are against our targets. So in 2020, JP Morgan financed and facilitated approximately $285 billion towards the target. And target, as you remember, was $2.5 trillion over 10 years. And so those was spread among these 3 different areas which I mentioned. So of that, $117 billion were towards development finance, and $106 billion towards green financing and initiatives, and $61 billion towards community development. So, going back to your question, what does the sustainable finance mean for JP Morgan? It is indeed means making significant impact to the overall goals of the ESG and the path to the green finance and ESG sustainability. So, yeah, I don't know if I could answer your question.
Yes. Thank you, Kamala. These changes, of course, they are related to lots of challenges, and I'm sure it's even more challenging for the economies where we invest. Akmal, please, if you can describe the developments in the banking sector in Uzbekistan related to the climate action plan.
Yeah. Good afternoon, dear participants of this session. First of all, I'd like to thank Ebrd for inviting us to this session and for the opportunity to participate in this event and exchange with our views. Because for us, this kind of events bring value and allow us to get up-to-date knowledge on best practices in the market and implement them in our operations. As you mentioned, Uzbekistan has introduced a climate action plan in 2019, and this document sets goals for the transition of the country's economy to green between 2019 and 2030. And there is a pure understanding in the country that without greening, sustainable development cannot be reached. And this action plan describes comprehensive measures both on production side, production generation side, and consumption side. And main target parameters of these action plans are as follows. The first is the reduction of greenhouse emissions per GDP unit by 10% from the levels of 2010. And Uzbekistan will be bringing the share of the renewable energy sources to more than 25% of the total energy generation by 2030. And Uzbekistan will be increasing energy efficiency in energy-intensive industrial sectors by at least 20%. and also increasing of average productivity of the main types of agricultural food products to 25%. And these are numbers, and in order to achieve these targets, the following comprehensive measures have been identified. That include technological re-equipment of industrial enterprises, which are very energy intensive, development of renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiency in buildings and the production of energy efficient building materials. And of course, banking sector is staying in the center of this and plays a special role in the development of green economy of our country. And as a representative of one of the largest banks in Uzbekistan, I can describe the contribution of the banking sector in this process using the example of our bank. When starting on the transformation process in 2018 with International Finance Corporation, our bank has set a goal to be a green bank and implement the principles of responsible banking. And we adopted a new ENS policy in our bank, and we as a first bank in the country, refused financing of coal-related activities. And we are targeting to reduce the coal-related exposure up to zero by 2030. And this is very important for us because our bank is serving the main sectors of the economy of the country, such as oil and gas, energy, and chemical sectors. And these enterprises are very energy intense, and it means that Uzbekistan has to make efforts to motivate this kind of enterprises to use clean technologies in order to keep them as a client. And as we see it as an opportunity for us to expand our green portfolio as well. Second, we work with large industrial enterprises and provide financing to their projects to replace existing technologies to new ones which are more energy efficient. At the same time, we pay special attention to ensuring energy efficiency at a level of at least 20% for such kind of projects. And our clients know that along with improving their operational efficiency with implementing energy efficient technologies, they can expect a long-term financing on a relatively favorable terms by our bank. Another sector which is being paid a big attention from our side is a small and medium-sized business in the country. Commercial banks are working on creating favorable conditions for SME sector in our country, because SME sector is a good instrument for reaching a sustainable development in the country. And as a financial intermediary, we are trying to provide easy access to the sources for SME sector as a whole, and as well as in an agricultural sector. As a result, a value chain is being created in this sector. Additionally, at this point, Uzbekistan is an importer of clean technologies and trying to increase the export of value-added products to abroad, neighborhood countries. In this context, development of cross-border trading and trade finance instruments are very important for us. And at this point, I want to emphasize that EBRD's help is very big for us, because we are using TFP products for both for importing new clean technologies and exporting and providing the pre-finance export to our clients with the help of EBRD TFP program. Thank you.
Thank you, Akmal. Dimitris, can I refer to you? Greece is one of the most advanced countries in this area for our program, and you are representing a very active green TFP bank. Can you tell us, please, about developments in Greece, how banks are meeting the transitioning goals?
Yes, sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and let me thank you personally, and Anna and Rudolf, for having us on the panel. It's very appreciated. And also for giving us this opportunity to visit Marrakesh, this beautiful city. Let me take you at first a few years back when the whole green agenda started appearing. It was just a trend. It was something that was nice to have. It was nice to have on a, let's say, on a marketing basis, on a media basis, and nothing more. Gradually and quite quickly, it started to show that it was an imperative, not only for us, but also for the next generations. It was something mostly following up the Paris Agreement. It was something that we all needed to pursue. As we started transitioning to this whole new business model of ESG financing and ESG business, let me first say that we take a lot of pride as Piraeus Bank that we started our journey as early as 2004, when sustainability was on no one's agenda and no one's darling as it is nowadays. And when we first started, we saw that it was something that we had to do. It was a great challenge, but we felt that there were a lot of opportunities. And there was a gradual process that lasted 18 years up to now. Let me just point out that in 2020 we were the first bank in Greece to introduce, and I think still the only one, to offer sustainability-linked loans to our customers. But we faced a lot of challenges in this process. What we'll still see as a challenge is that green banking and sustainable banking carries a lot of burden, carries a lot of administrative burden, carries a lot of cost as a consequence of this administrative burden. And it's really not something that the client wants. It's something that the client would take if there was an incentive, which we try to offer, but it's not something that the market is, and maybe still is not ready for. So we started first to build some capacity in-house, and I believe all the banks built a lot of governance in-house to set targets, to set metrics, to set the reporting that needs to be done. And I think the main thing was to build awareness on the local market for every bank. It's something that needs to be done, and it's something that needs a lot of stakeholders to take place. I mean, you have to have the official sector on your side, you have to have the regulator on your side and the institutions, and of course the bank needs to offer something to the clients that makes a lot of sense. So now we are at a point that, for example, last year around 25% of our TFP transactions were categorized under the Green TFP program by your team. So it's something that shows that there is a trend, and the trend is building. The trend is building because the market is changing. Now we are seeing a lot of investment on the renewable sector. We see a lot of investment in energy efficiency. We see gradually we see a lot of awareness from the public on the retail side. So green starts to make a difference on what the client buys. So the business starts to invest a lot more on the sustainability side. We see that for the last 4 to 5 years, with a gap on the COVID era, there was a lot of, the trend started to materialize and to be a business, to become a business. What we have to offer, however, is we have to offer an incentive to the clients. They see green as an opportunity. They see green as a burden on their day-to-day operations. We need to offer them something, maybe from our side, maybe from your side, as we cooperate on the green TFP agenda, maybe from the regulator side, but it's a debate that has to start. It's a debate that has to liven up, and it's a debate that has to take place. It's not a debate that I don't think we will be able to pass a certain threshold without having all the stakeholders on the board offering something material so that the economy can transit to the new era, to the green, to the digital economy that everyone is talking about. In Greece especially, we are quite fortunate that we have the European Union's umbrella above all our business. So we have the Recovery and Resilience Fund that offers a lot of funding opportunities for green and digital investments. We have the ECB that regulates us, which places a lot of importance on the green sector. I think that we have the regulator's view. We have the will. We have built the capacity up to now quite effectively. I think that we're on a good track. So if we try to create something that will be attractive from the business side as well, a lot of the economy will gradually turn to the green.
Thank you, Dimitris. It's very important to hear this feedback from you, and that's why we're here, to understand what is needed and what kind of support we can provide to the markets. And you are right, trade plays a very important role in meeting transitioning goals. Mark, what is your view about that? What do you think is the link between trade and greener economies?
Well, let's face it, trade does not only provide for transition to the green economy. It pollutes, like any economic activity. However, there will not be a green transition without trade. Now, you can look at a narrow way as to trade being the vector towards cost-effective or lower cost for environmental goods. That would be the first order effect. But much more important, trade is there to diffuse technology at a lower cost. Now, when we think about trade, we think about getting goods, getting services, but we think a little less about getting technologies, right? And the transition into a greener world means technology. Agriculture, technology, energy transition, better use of energy, renewable energy, technology. It's all about that. Now, just inverse your mind and think about all this discussion about reshoring, about having more autarkic economies, right? What would happen? You would have a demand. I mean, think about 35 or 40 years ago in a particular region of the world that you know well, right? You have fewer producers, you have one demand that only meets the supply of a fewer producers, right? How much would these producers would innovate? How much would they innovate? What is the incentive for them to innovate into greener economies or something else? Very little. And if they don't have what we call the scale effects, that is the possibility, if they innovate, to export that innovation, what is their incentive to innovate? None. So we think that international trade, and we are writing our World Trade Report this year, our flagship publication on trade and climate change, we think that we provide, international trade provide the scale effect, the diffusion of technologies that is necessary for others to acquire these technologies at a lower cost and make good use of it in the context of the energy transition. Just one example, solar photovoltaic panels. It's a key energy technology, as you know. It has experienced plummeting costs since it's been internationally traded, and very heavy competition between very large players, right? And increasing development around the world at a point that you and me are now covering our roofs, or factories are covering their roofs to save energy from renewable sources. And global value chains allow manufacturers and solar PV equipment makers to source goods and services themselves from the most cost-effective suppliers and reap the economies of scale and helps to reduce their cost. That's how it's going to happen. And that's how you, with your programs, allow it to happen as well.
Thank you. It's very important to
it's sort of economist perspective, but when you bring, from the theory to how it actually happens through trade, then you realize that it wouldn't have happened without trade. So trade is a lot about trade in technologies, and you see now when you look at global statistics on what is trade in goods relative to trade in what we call intellectual property or in technologies, you find trade in technologies, including the green technologies, to be a much more important part of trade, of global trade, actually a quite substantial part of it.
It's very important to hear from you your views about this link. Thank you very much. And of course, it's obvious that lots of changes are ahead, and we will all face that. Maya, what, in your view, will be upcoming for the financial institutions? What kind of changes we will face?
Yeah, I think we need to look at first the drivers. There's been this increase in, everybody's talking about sustainability, ESG, whatever you want to call it, and it's been a bit like a boom now in the past few years. But I think we need to look at what's driving this, and the first thing I think is definitely there's a regulatory driver, so especially in the European Union, we've heard it already, a lot of regulation is coming out, directives are coming out that look at disclosure of environmental social risk, climate action, commitments, and so on and so forth. It's not only in the European Union, we have also other countries, of course. Egypt has recently released, for example, disclosure requirements for ESG disclosure. So it is coming, and I think it behooves us all as financial institutions, no matter which market we work in, to be ready, because if it's not there already, it will certainly come. It's really a global trend, I would say. The second trend I see is definitely investors' demands. Investors like ourselves, we look very carefully not only at the financial information, but also at the so-called non-financial information, so environmental, social, and climate data of potential clients that we want to work with, and it is certainly a decision-making factor for us in how we decide where to allocate our funding. And I think some of you have also had this experience now to say, okay, when we, for example, think about issuing a green bond, we may open, funding, we may find new investors that we otherwise hadn't been in close contact with. And then we're being told, at least by science or academia, we need to see if that really materializes on the demand side. Yeah, that's the younger generations are much more purpose-driven. Maybe at some point that will resolve the incentive problem. Maybe we don't need such a strong financial incentive at some point. Don't think we're quite there yet. But we're hearing that, at least from academia, that say, look, the younger generations, they make their decisions much more based on ethical decisions. They look for sustainable products. They look for sustainable bank accounts. They want to have sustainable credit cards, all those products in the retail market. I think that will also be a driver. So I think what's coming, I think we're definitely going away from this very narrow focus on a specific use of proceeds, on a specific line of funding, to a much broader counterparty model. We at Ebrd have taken, obviously, duly note of that, and this is why we've built our Paris alignment approach pretty much around that. I think we all collectively are looking much more closely now at how we set ourselves up internally. So in this counterparty model, as banks, we're really trying to get our internal climate corporate governance, ESG governance right, so that we have the right internal decision-making, data infrastructure, all the components that we need. I think the other trend that I'm seeing is really, in the old days, ESG used to be like a little bit of a sideshow, somewhere hidden in the PR and the CSR department, and it was a nice little thing, but it didn't really go through the core business, and that's completely a thing of the past. Yeah, I don't think that doesn't happen anymore. We're really seeing a trend to full integration. So financial institutions, as I mentioned before, they're really building a much more solid internal corporate governance for ESG, for climate matters. ESG and climate matters are included in risk management. So we're really looking, this is probably what we've been doing for the longest. You've all had the pleasure of working with us on our environmental social risk management procedures for trade finance and our environmental social policy, of course. So you've all been doing this for a while. This is the one side. The other side of the coin is now really also, the business. We're looking at it as a business driver. We're looking at it as a tool to identify new products, develop new products. And then I think part of this whole thing, and it's been mentioned at the panel before, is we're measuring. We're really now starting to identify, because what doesn't get measured, it doesn't get done, right? So we're really trying to identify what is material for me as an FI in my market with my lending strategy. Where can I really make a difference? Where can I really mitigate potential negative impacts? And then we're trying to bring this all together, and we're not just doing it in a random fashion. We're really trying to do it in a structured way with a sound strategy and a sound measurement behind it, so that we can really show what we've been doing and really follow it over time. Capacity building plays a big role in this. You've mentioned, I think, we need to really build a lot together, internally, externally. We need to educate ourselves. We need to build robust green finance departments, risk management, ESG risk management departments. We need to really acquire that skill. And then we also, of course, because we're lending too, we need to teach our clients what to do, how to do this, how to measure their performance, how to create data that is useful for us as a financial institution so that we can then lend to them and show how that meets our own target goals. And I think it sounds sometimes a bit, burdensome, and it's a lot of work, and we don't know quite where to start. But I really want to make a call to action here, because if I just think, we as Ebrd, we have 300 plus financial institution clients. You have, I don't know how many corporate clients collectively. And I think if we just add up, if I only were to add up the portfolios of all our 300 plus clients, and if we work collectively on those matters, the leverage we can all achieve together, I think it's just absolutely stunning. So I don't think we have an excuse. We should really get on it. And I think we've had so many good examples from the real world, from real business, from you as financial institutions that are already doing it. So I think we should all take note and build this then further together.
Thank you. Kamala, what is JP Morgan's view on this?
Again, to continue probably what Maya said, we also work closely with our clients. We can't just stop financing non-green transactions, right? So we have to be with our clients in their transitioning path to help them to transition. So we have already put financing restrictions to some of the sectors, like I think Akmal mentioned, for coal mining, and for the coal-fired power products, we put some restrictions. And we were also reviewing our, of course, oil and gas sector and electric power, auto manufacturing sectors for their transitioning into the next stages. We're also planning to expand our target sectors to help broader clients. And at the same time, because we as a bank are there to support our clients and advise them, right? We do evaluate their strategic carbon reduction plans. So whenever we receive a transaction, we review it, and then we review their plans. And then at the same time, we put it into we embed that into our internal processes. So then, over a period of time, we assess how the client is progressing in their strategy, and we also align it towards the bank's strategy as well, how we're progressing. So we are together in it. And then we also, talking about incentivizing clients, JP Morgan has a wide range of ESG solutions for the clients. For example, for supply chain finance, we partnered with the ESG rating provider, such as like EcoVadis. They provide ESG rating to the suppliers, and based on the ESG rating, we offer supply chain finance programs to our customers, and suppliers with the better ESG rating can benefit the better pricing. So that incentivizes them to improve their ESG rating. So for export agency finance, we have similar, as I mentioned, we have DFI, JP Morgan DFI. They can give the ESG certification. I don't know, you might have heard the Calyon deal, which was to construct Europe's largest solar power plant in Turkey. That had the JP Morgan DFI ESG certification. So we're also looking on traditional trade like LCs to offer clients sustainable trade loans, letters of credit, or standby LCs. It's work in progress. So here comes the challenges, as we mentioned. The challenges are there are no standardized rules or reporting to confirm, yes, this transaction is ESG certified and this is not. So this is the main challenge. Of course, as Maya mentioned, that the European Union taxonomy and reporting and the other countries' implementations are helpful, but I think there is still, in my view, a long way to go for us to treat green financing as a BAU, not to give some incentive to the clients to do the green transactions. But of course, yeah, we must play a key role as a large financial institution, and we of course work with our partners like Ebrd. We're really thankful. I mean, taking this opportunity, I wanted to thank for all your support and the TFP program for us to support our clients in their pathway for the sustainable trade finance. Thank you.
Thank you. It's honestly not easy for us as well. We are also facing lots of challenges. My next question is to Akmal and Dimitris. I would like to hear how your banks are meeting sustainability goals, and if you could focus on the trade finance specifically, if possible, of course. Akmal, if you can please start, and then we can hear from Dimitris.
Sure.
Thank you.
As I said, we are at the very beginning of our journey on implementing green banking principles in our bank, and we started this process in 2018, as I said. And as of today, a separate department, green banking department, is created in our bank, and additional functions are given to risk management as well. So risk management is evaluating all the projects now based on the ENS policy in our bank. And we are working with our clients to mitigate the negative impacts of the projects to the climate here. And coming to the challenges, I agree with colleagues here, with Maya and Kamala, and we are also facing difficulties with the lack of standardized approach in the evaluation of the projects. Because at this point, we are the users of funding from foreign banks and from DFIs here, and we are using several funding sources in terms of financing our clients to on-lend to the end users. And in this case, we have a lack of standardization, because each time we need to go to the site of this institution and take their documentation and get acquainted with them. And each time there is a different approach to coming to the green projects. And sometimes we cannot finance our energy efficient project because there is not a definite requirement from one DFI or from the foreign bank here. And the second one is, as colleagues said, we need to work on the capacity building in our bank and in a country in whole, because without people with knowledge of green banking principles, we cannot grow and we cannot implement further these principles in our operations. These are main two challenges we see as of today.
Dimitris, over to you, please.
Yeah. So when we're discussing about green transition, I think we should look at two different angles. One is the risk management angle from our side, and the second is the business offering, what we're offering our clients. I think on the business offering side, I mentioned a few things before, but we are progressing along with the market. The main challenge for us is the risk management side for two reasons. One is that it requires to fully change our internal policies. And the second one is this, and I think Maya mentioned it at the beginning, it's not a clear, nothing is clear on the sustainability side. Even the definitions are disputed nowadays. So, and of course, it's a never-changing field. So we have to adapt ourselves to something that is not clear. It's something that is not universally recognized as what is green, what is not green, what is Paris aligned, Paris Climate Agreement aligned, what is sustainable, and etc. And of course, a whole lot of details. So the first things that we have done internally, and I think most of the Greek market, is that we have set up an environmental and social risk management system following your guidelines, more or less. And this has been for Piraeus Bank in operation since 2018. And I would like to mention two things about this. One is that the results were impressively good. I mean, we had very, very few problems with our analysis. Very, very few businesses, I mean, 2 or 3 cases where there were real issues on our clients. But it was a competitive disadvantage for us. It was something that if it's not done in the whole market with all the banks, it's something that creates a disadvantage for the institution that implements it. Now we're entering the second phase. The second phase is integrated climate risk in the whole process. This is something that was, let's say, imposed to us by the regulator at first. It's the ECB roadmap on climate risk. It's a project that will last around 2.5 years, just to give you a view of the amount that has to be done. The thing is that we're just building infrastructure from scratch about something that is completely new. Data gathering, as was mentioned earlier, governance, etc. It's all something that has to be built from scratch for something that we don't really know what it really is. Something that it's quite vague. Everyone understands the basic principles, but no one can really put it down on paper and create a direction for all financial institutions to follow. So I think this is something that really has to be done on the official sector first, just to show some direction. The second thing is that ECB imposed this climate risk integration roadmap on the banks that it supervises. But, I mean, this is the one side. We are looking at the stick. We are not seeing the carrot yet. So we are financing sustainable transactions. We are hearing from everyone, from the raters, from the regulators, that these are transactions that carry less risk because they're sustainable, because they are much better worked out. But we don't see any capital relief on this, for example. It's the same as financing another transaction. But anyway, we have our exclusion list, so we are following, and we have, I think we have integrated fully in our internal policies, environmental and social risk management, and now we're taking the next steps. To tell you the truth, your help has, and your expertise had initially given us enough guidance to implement this whole system. But now we are running a little bit ahead of the competition, and we're giving a lot of effort on reporting, on TCFD reporting, on Scope 3 reporting, and a lot of new lingo that we're all trying to learn gradually. It's a process. It's a process, and I fear it's a long process, and a tiresome process, and maybe a burdensome process, but it's a process we all need to follow.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Dimitris. Mark, my last question is to you. We heard a lot about the transitioning plans, about the challenges. I think we are taking a lot of homework. What, in your view, TFP can do going forward to support greener economies?
Well, I think you've already done a lot. I mean, by exiting the oil business upstream, that's been a big step. It's not, I think the EBRD is the first one, but we are discussing these things, by the way, among our multilaterals group on trade finance, and there are different views. I think one of the issues that arose is reflecting the discussion that we just had is the clarity of ESG criteria for trade finance. There are some criteria that have been crafted for some time now on the export finance side, which is sort of easier to design from the OECD's perspective, because we're talking about, you know, bigger contracts and so on. On the sort of day-to-day trade, it's a bit more difficult once you've sort of excluded oil. It is a trade-off between what people need to have today, because the function of trade is to, fulfill the needs of those who have excess demand from those who have excess supplies. And so what do you need to, for now, with respect to the thing that you would like to have tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon? And there are still areas where you need, in the small trade space, diesel, for example. There's a shortage of diesel at the moment in Africa, which is hindering people, economic activity, transportation, the use of machinery, so economic activity. So do you need to stop that? Don't you need to stop that? I mean, these are questions that were raised by multilaterals, and of course those who are funding trade in Africa, like the African Development Bank or the Afrexim Bank, have a different perspective about that. But of course, the requirements on greener trade are not necessarily the same depending on the level of income of countries. So I think the question is to finding a common approach and to defining a bit better what would be the ESG or ESG requirement in daily trade finance, in the daily trade finance. But I mean, a lot of that trade finance is demand-driven, so we can see already that there is an increased demand in the renewable energy side, and certainly what's happening at the geopolitical level. The poly-crisis that we are experiencing will lead to higher demand. So in a sense, you might have less of an issue of criteria than actually one of meeting the demand, in my view, for these new technologies or these new renewable energy products. Now, just one last word on the TFP side. I think, and that must be said by someone who is not from the TFP space, but this is something that, Rudolf and others, and I perhaps at a lower level, many years ago have thought of Imagine as a social or a trade safety net in periods of downturn. That already played out quite significantly when banks pull out, when sovereign ratings increase, when confirmation line evaporates. There's someone to provide for the bridging the gap between the perception of risk and the actual of risk, which remains low even during these periods. Someone is helping trade in essential things to happen. Food, we heard about food lately, that's the latest priority. It was face masks, it was ambulances just a couple of years ago, it was protective equipment, it will be something else. Maybe it's diesel tomorrow, the crisis, but the TFPs, by running about 20,000 transactions, all NDBs together, of relatively small case, or small side, are getting things going. Would you know, for example, that one of the lifelines right now in Sri Lanka is TFPs? It allows people, well, here also, I mean, that brings up, I'm sure Sri Lanka should make the right decision in terms of renewable energy that would actually reduce their dependence on oil. But for the time being, there's no oil imports available to lighten the streets outside and ensure public security. So what I want to say is a great thank you to the TFP community, because against the odds in this poly-crisis environment, they've been doing a wonderful job at keeping lifebloods, lifelines going into difficult circumstances.
Thank you very much. And thank you all speakers. It's very important to hear your feedback. It's very important to gather, to discuss and to share the experiences. Thank you to all our participants. I think now we will have a coffee break. You can follow I think from this side you can get to the coffee venue, and you can follow the banners. And we should be back by 4:35, hopefully, if you can make it. 10 minutes, okay, so you have 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I don't mind. It depends.
I'm a Borg now.
No, this is just one more minute while the last panel participants get mic'd up, and we can start then with our last panel of today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us back after the coffee break. And I'm very pleased to introduce the last panel of the day before we go into the award ceremony, moderated by Dr. Rudolf Putz on the development of trade finance and factoring services in Eastern Europe and CIS. Thank you very much.
And thank you also to my fellow speakers on this panel. When we planned this panel, we didn't think about the war in Ukraine. We were thinking that we should invite speakers who tell us how trade finance has recovered from the COVID crisis, and if we are back to normal, and what have we learned from the COVID crisis. But now, actually, the topic now is the war in Ukraine and the impact which the war in Ukraine has had on the development of trade finance. So I'm joined today by speakers from financial institutions who are active in the region, who can give you first-hand experience and who can share experience with us, how they see the situation, what has happened in the last weeks and months, what will be the lasting consequences of this crisis, what we have learned from this crisis. And I'm joined by bankers who are working in banks, but they are also representing associations. And we like to work with associations because associations, they know what the members are doing. They know what the members need. So we have a constant dialogue with trade finance and factoring associations to learn about their requirements, to be about the requirements of their members. And we invite all those associations to give comments on our activities. We like to learn from associations. We attend their conferences. We like to invite speakers from the associations to our events, just to learn about the reality, what happens in the real trade finance business. And perhaps I would like to start with a question. What has been the impact of the war in Ukraine on the trade finance business of our speakers and on the companies of the speakers and on their clients? And perhaps I would like to start with Martina Zimmerl. She's head of trade finance of Raiffeisen Bank, and as you all know, Raiffeisen Bank is one of the most active banks in Eastern Europe and in the CIS. Raiffeisen Bank has subsidiaries in many of our countries of operation. And I think as head of trade finance, Martina, she lives for the daily life and for consequences of this war. It's part of your daily life. So tell us about your experience. Tell us what has happened in your business and how you see the business changing and adapting to the new reality.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolf, and thanks for having me. Yeah, I think I don't tell a secret. The impact is massive. It's something that we have not seen before. We have lived through many crises. That's why we are well prepared. But something like that we haven't seen yet. Yeah, and we are an international banking group whose mission is to build bridges between East and West, bridges within the countries and between the countries of the region. And obviously, this situation impacts us a lot. Yeah, starting with the impact on people in Ukraine that are suffering to the invasion in Russia, that still keep alive. And this is not only Aval, our subsidiary, but also the other banks that are working despite the war in extreme conditions and are keeping the economy alive, which is very important. Yeah. Impacts on trade finance, we have to differentiate on the short-term effects. Yeah, short-term, we are running after our money. Yeah, myself, I've not seen as many claims that I have seen as many claims on the guarantees that I've not seen in 2 years. Yeah, so this is massive. Yeah. I have to say that the Russian banks, despite sanctions and the Russian counter-sanctions, do their utmost to honor the claims. Yeah, this is quite similar to what we see on the capital market side, where also the bonds and interest on the bonds are being paid. So reimbursement obligations are being honored, but under extreme conditions, because obviously the sanctions and swift cut-offs does not make that easy. So that's on the short run, we are just trying to recover what we can recover, and I think we are all doing a good job here. On the medium to long-term run, in the end, we are not doing any business with Russian banks anymore. I have to admit that. Yeah, we are cross-border, not able to take any risk. Yeah, we are looking jointly with risk management, and this is also now the effect on the wider region. We are looking at each transaction 3 times. We are running with the map and the geographic map to our risk management to evaluate, can we still do a transaction or not? So this is the impact on trade finance and the business, and it's a massive workload. And in the coming months, obviously, we will have to think about alternatives to what we have been doing from instead of Russia. Yeah. So what are we going to do next? Yeah. Obviously, I think that my GI, that will be reducing by 10–15%, yeah, which is massive. Yeah. So we need to find also alternative routes, and we're going to follow our clients. Yeah. Coming to the clients, also they are affected tremendously. And here particularly our European clients, that again also they will have to look for alternative export markets. We have clients, for instance, in the Baltics that have production in Russia, where we know already that IKEA will not be able to take this production anymore. So there will be a nearshoring on the client side, and they will have to look for alternative export markets in an environment where we all know that we have disruptions in the supply chain with respect to energy supplies. This will also come. So also the input factors will become more expensive for our clients, which will have a pressure on their bottom line gross income. Yeah? So the environment and the impact of the war also on our clients will be massive. Yeah? You're looking on the watch. Yeah? I could continue for other 5 minutes. I think what we also will change in the region is that we see on the banking landscape a consolidation. Yeah? I've never seen a banking group like Sberbank, where certain subsidiaries were taken over by local banks within 48 hours. We see that certain banks will be taken over in the region, so there will be a consolidation. But I think this war, the long-term or medium-term impact will be massive because sanctions will be here to stay.
No, thank you for this unique insight. I must say I was very, very impressed how the Ukrainian banks adapted to doing business during war.
Yes.
When the war started, I expected that all banks would just stop lending. Yes, so they would stop, just collect receivables and not do any new business. And even, but for banks in Ukraine, they operated even with Russian troops standing very close to Kiev. And even in these difficult days, the banks operated. I couldn't believe it, but it's reality. And also Raiffeisen Bank Ukraine, they still finance new transactions. So it's not only looking after the existing portfolio, but even financing new business, helping agriculture to build silos in the western part of Ukraine, importing machinery and equipment, spare parts for machinery equipment for the next crop, and all this during a war. I think it's impressive how this country showed resilience in such a difficult situation.
Yes.
Yeah. Hans-Jörg, you have been for many years one of the most active confirming banks under the trade facilitation program, but you're also a bank that has a high number of correspondent banking relationships. And I remember that during many years you were financing business in Russia, in Belarus, in all these difficult countries. I think this current situation, it must have been a big impact. There must have been a big impact on your business, a lot of work to manage your existing portfolio, yes, and to help your clients in other countries to redirect trade flows. Tell us about your experience.
Yes, with pleasure. Well, no, it's not a pleasure, obviously, because it's a very serious issue. To sum it all up, what happened in the last 2.5 months is a total disaster. I can only echo what Martina said a while ago.
Microphone, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So I repeat the most important sentence I said. The last 2.5 months have been a total disaster when it comes to business in Russia and Belarus. As Rudolf said, we have quite a number of correspondents. We have been doing for decades a very good trade finance business with Russia and Belarus. So basically, whatever I say now, it's about the two countries. And all that has come to a grinding halt over the last months. It all began with the day of the invasion and the decision which was taken in Commerzbank at that moment to stop all new business and trade finance. And what we are doing now is trying to recover the substantial amounts which are still outstanding. And I can say so far we were quite successful. So we had good cooperation with our correspondents in Russia and received, depending on the type of business and the type of outstandings, either payments in original currency and lately mainly in rubles, in convertible rubles. but there's always the threat that at some point we will receive payments in rubles into those special escrow accounts, which means the money would for the foreseeable future be not available to us. When it comes to our clients and ongoing business, we of course, wherever possible under sanctions, fulfilled our obligations and helped our clients to complete their transactions. But as I said at the beginning, we are not in a position right now to offer any new transactions. So we're not available when it comes to trade finance for Russia at this point in time. The exception to that is payments. And for those banks which are not sanctioned, we still offer payment services. So that is at least one thing which is kind of working. And I say kind of working for the simple reason that many participants in payments in Europe or across the world have decided to completely stop executing payments to and from Russia. And that means there's quite a bit of sand in a usually well-oiled machine, which is international payments. And nowadays we have, and it's getting worse. And we slowly are coming to a point where we cannot guarantee anymore that the payment will actually reach its final destination. It might be stopped somewhere on the way, it might be returned, and that leads to a rather peculiar situation. I talk about my bank, but I hear it from all the peers to whom I talk, that everybody's feeding filter systems with sanctions which come out on a weekly basis. And those filters, as intelligent as they might be, they still give us plenty of hits. And so all those hits have to be looked at, and that is not machines, that's people. And so there are delays, and when there are delays, there's inquiries coming from the ordering parties, and those inquiries come on top of the stack of filter hits, and it is becoming a nuisance, and we do have delays. And yeah, I can only repeat, it's not running as smooth as everybody was used to. And that is an additional complication in our daily work. And all of it is, of course, without any prospect for the time being that it will get better. We will, as operations terminate and we do see our money, or even if we don't and we have to book a loss, it will eventually get quieter around our trade finance business in Russia. But it's a painful process and one which taxes everybody who's involved in it to the maximum. So I can still say, luckily, nobody on my team had a burnout so far. But if you look at the faces of the people who work closely with Russia, they have all aged way more than the 2.5 months we're talking about for the duration of the crisis so far. Yeah, so a very sad story. That's what I can say.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. It's a unique insight. Yes. So I found it also interesting your report on sanctions and how difficult it has made our life. Because as bankers, as trade finance bankers, we are facing not only high risk, but we have to deal with sanctions. And I think all our teams are understaffed in that respect because the sanctions have caused so much work. So also in my team today, I think we have had more claims because of the sanctions ban, because of the unavailability of our partner banks to pay. So our partner banks would still be willing to pay, but they cannot because the sanctions don't permit them to pay. So we had actually, Martina said that she hadn't seen so many claims in the last 2 years. And our trade facilitation program, we hadn't seen as many claims during the whole history of a TFP. So it shows how difficult the situation has become. Jean, you are chairman of the International Trade and Forfeiting Association, one of the largest trade finance associations, but you are also a banker yourself, working for SMBC that has just been awarded as the best commodity trade finance bank. Yep. And there is a lot of commodity trade. So I think in your position, you can really tell us about first-hand experience of the impact of this crisis on commodity trade, but also on the business of your members of your of Trade and Forfeiting Association. What have you seen in the last weeks?
Sure. So, I mean, let me take those in that order then. So what's happening at SMBC? Slightly less exposed than Martina and Hans-Jörg, and we have not really had any losses that we've needed to call in. We don't have claims on their insurance policies and the rest of it. However, the whole of certainly the energy business is under review. In the short term, actually, and this is something which has been spoken about, but maybe it's not something that should be too widely advertised. Actually, we have made a profit in the short term because of the commodity traders increasing their lines. And I think we've all seen this. I think those who do commodity trade finance have all seen this. Now, there is a big question about how sustainable in the financial sense that is and whether we can continue to have these huge lines. The lines are there in large part because of the need to meet margin calls on exchanges. And it's not really, if you like, financing. It's not a useful trade activity, if you like. I mean, hedging is integral to trade now and to a well-managed trade portfolio. But if that situation continues where we have this increasing volatility for the foreseeable future, then that will become unsustainable financially, I think, for many banks. So there's a question mark over that. But yes, in the short term, it's, I hesitate to say this almost, and I always feel embarrassed to say it, but it hasn't been so bad. Now, in even the medium and the longer term, the picture starts to look very different. So, as I said, there's the sustainability of financing the commodity traders. But there's a question mark over the whole of commodity finance. And indeed, I mean, you start looking at, when the World Bank announces that world food prices are going to increase by 37% this year, when world trade as a whole is going down by 1%, according to WTO, I think, Mark, and this is the sort of figures bandied around between 0.8 and 1%. That's going to affect the whole of trade. And that's what we look at, as of course, as a trade finance bank. And so I'll move to my other hat now as chair of ITFA, where, of course, we have members across the whole spectrum, banks, commodity traders, and all sorts of all sizes. It's increasingly we're very active in supply chain and digitalisation. So all of that is going to be hit. There's a question mark over it. I think the really interesting thing that we need to work out or start thinking about is what is the longer-term consequence of what's happened in Russia as a political, in Ukraine and in Russia as a political action. I mean, are we seeing a sort of split, a bifurcation of the world? Again, some people have talked about a new Cold War. What does that mean for trade? Let's hope it doesn't happen, but you can see already a split between what's happened on Russia's eastern borders, in the stands, for example, where you've got a rival payment system to SWIFT set up by the Russians, the FPFS system. You've got a rival to NATO in the CSTO in that area. So there is a whole alternative sort of economy and infrastructure being built up. Big question is, of course, what sort of role China will play there. It's sitting a little bit on the fence at the moment, I think, and unsurprisingly. So that's, I think, a really big question for everybody, for all of us, whether we're bankers or not. That's a huge question. I think for trade finance, we're going to find it's much more on the front line. So we've talked about sanctions. I'm also a lawyer. That's my third hat. In fact, it's the only job I get paid for, in fact, being a lawyer, but it's the job I enjoy the least. So, and probably part of the reason for that, at least at the moment, is I spend so much time doing sanctions. And sanctions is about actually over-regulation. Banks do over-comply. And it's partly because, as we've said, sanctions change almost daily. And you don't know, you don't know what's a safe decision to take today. So banks do over-comply. They also feel a need to be part of the effort to, put an end to this situation. So banks are very careful, and that takes up, I say, a lot of my time. So the whole that part of trade and trade finance is becoming difficult. There's also a way in which potentially we could pivot, and this is where people like Ebrd come in. So I think as we look to on a more positive note, as we look towards the reconstruction of Ukraine, trade finance, I think, will have a very big part to play there. And that sort of bifurcation that I've mentioned, one aspect of that, at least on the western borders, Ukraine and Poland and so on, is the growth of more Western forms of trade finance. I'm especially thinking of supply chain finance that started to grow, thanks to some of our friends. It started to grow in that area. I think that's not something that's covered by the Ebrd resilience program, but maybe it should be. That's a chat over a glass of wine, I think. But there is, and that's not the sort of thing probably that will happen on the eastern borders, where it's essentially going to be, we're going to get to sort of Sovietization maybe of those economies. Let's see. But there is this, so trade finance will be really very important player in the reconstruction, and it needs to be supported.
Yeah, Jean, thank you very much for this insight into the business of your clients and your own business. You mentioned also supply chain finance, and factoring and receivables financing. And as you know, the trade facilitation program plays an important role as a crisis response program. When commercial banks cannot take the risk or provide liquidity, the trade finance program offers liquidity and risk-taking capacity. But we are also very much focused on development of trade and supporting our partner banks in the development of trade. And trade is not only documentary credits. Trade finance is also receivables financing, and it's supply chain finance. And I see that factoring, supply chain finance, this is all growing together. Yes, in the past, people thought that there is a competition between factoring and trade finance, and I always said, no, it's not. They are complementary, because when partners know each other well, they go from documentary credit to open account, but also open account payment has to be financed. So I'm very happy to be joined at this panel today by Daniela Bonzanini. She is chairwoman of the FCI Executive Committee. And Daniela is also a banker herself, and she is representing also the industry. And as chairwoman of FCI, it gives you a good insight into the development of receivables financing, factoring, and supply chain finance. So we would be very interested to learn about you, not only about the war, but how the development of factoring, what development of factoring you have seen in Eastern Europe and in the CIS countries in the last years, and how do you see the perspectives of factoring and supply chain finance?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, Rudolf, and thank you very much for inviting me to attend this annual meeting. It is the first time I attend this event, so I feel honored. Yes, as you said, after 2 years of pandemic, everybody was expecting to talk about positive things. But we see that we have a challenging time in front of us. The positive note for our industry is that last year we registered a very nice increase. At global level, factoring industry increased by 11%, two-digit growth we haven't seen for decades. And also we recorded a very interesting increase in the countries you are interested in, meaning Eastern European and CIS country, because the increase was over 35%. So 2021, it was a very positive year for factoring, and it was confirmation that the product is supporting real economy and in particular SMEs. But as you say, the world has changed suddenly. We don't have official statistics about the markets. What I can say is that factoring is still growing in the first quarter of the year. And if we take as a reference the AD factoring statistics, which refer to the cross-border two-factor business, we can see that the positive trend is maintained. As a overall growth, it's over 31%, and East European country and CIS are still growing with a nice increase of 27%. So I must say that in this respect, I can bring a positive note considering what I heard from my colleagues here in the panel. So business is growing. On business side, we expect, of course, a large impact on our clients because they will be affected by lack of raw material, considerable increase in prices. So what we, as a financial institution, and having business in Poland and Romania, what we want to analyze very carefully is how our client will be able to relocate their suppliers and how they will be in a position to absorb the prices shock. This is very important for us. So in the region you are interested in, so far we don't see a particular decrease in business. Of course, we have been forced to frozen the members from Russia because of the sanctions. But for the other countries, and I'm referring again in particular to Poland, Romania, these countries, they are growing. They are, for the time being, not suffering a decline. But nevertheless, I think that we have to be extremely careful. We have to be prepared to see more challenges. For example, in the previous year, we didn't suffer any concern or any worries about dilution or delays in payment, but nowadays we have to find out what will happen in this area, so we have to be more careful. But in general, considering the nature of factoring, considering that factoring is of help during the crisis time, I think that we can be positive.
No, thank you very much for this survey. I know that associations play an important role not only in understanding for business and being a platform for exchanging views, but I know that FCI is also, and together also with Trade and Forfeiting Association, very active in training and education. Tell us also in 1 or 2 minutes about your activities in education.
Yes, so we are a non-profit organization which was set up over 50 years ago, and the aim was to promote international factoring and to set up a uniform set of rules to govern in a way the relation between our members. And over the years, we have realized that our members need more support from our side. And for this reason, we have changed a little bit our strategy, and we have decided to invest a lot in education and promotion. So in education, we have a quite extensive program, including online courses. The most important, the most complete is the career path, consisting of 3 courses, which were accredited by the London Institute of Banking and Finance. Then we have seminars we organize and promotion we organize with our member, and of course we have a close cooperation also with our partner. And then we try also to offer our assistance to our member on site. So whenever they need a specific training on specific topics, we can send our consultant to stay with the members for 1 or 2 days. So we are we have tried to increase the quality of education. This is extremely important. In addition to these online courses and events, we organize seminars and webinars. We also organize promotion conferences because it is important to create awareness at higher level to generate in a way the need, and then to go down to the members' staff to teach them how to organize, for example, a factoring department, how to better serve clients, what kind of industries they can consider, and so on. So it's a very wide program we have to support our members internationally and also domestic, because we know that in particular in emerging countries, the members need help also to develop better their domestic business.
Yeah, I would like to use this opportunity to remind the representatives of TFP partner banks who are today attending this conference that we have partnered with FCI.
Yes.
So FCI training courses, for e-learning courses, they can be accessed also through the TFP e-learning platform. The participation is free of charge for a certain number of licenses from our partner banks, sponsored by donors. Donors who give us this money in order to give our partner banks free access to these training courses. And I think it's a good opportunity for our partner banks to learn under training material which has been developed by experts for experts, developed by FCI.
Yes.
And through this platform, of course, we offer also training courses which have been developed by the International Chamber of Commerce. And I'm very happy today that I'm joined on this panel by Eleonore Juliane Treu, yes, Leo, because we know each other very well already. She's director of Trade Finance Week of ICC Austria. And not everybody knows that ICC Austria actually is worldwide one of the leading and most active national committees. And what I find remarkable that ICC Austria serves not only its own members in Austria, but also has established itself as organizers of a Trade Finance Week, which is actually a worldwide leading forum for trade finance experts, documentary credit experts, also delivered by experts for experts. So, Leo, I know that you have played an important role in growing this Trade Finance Week. Tell us about what you have achieved and how you are reaching out also to more remote countries like Morocco, for example. Yes.
Okay, hi everyone, and kudos to you and your team for putting on this remarkable, once again, event. I think your team deserves a medal for that, as well as I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much for the praise. You can see, guys, I'm blushing. So Trade Finance Week, ICC Austria's Trade Finance Week will take place from the 20th to the 24th of June. This year, unfortunately, still again from the comfort of your own home, meaning we are still online, but we hope to return to Vienna next year. We've created a platform for bank guarantees and letters of credit specialists alike. And under normal circumstances, we host 200 participants from more than 50 countries every year in Vienna. So that's quite remarkable. What we're trying to achieve is a networking platform with a strong educational factor. And I would like to tie in to the beginning remarks, because the demand of education will also give you an indication of what is currently going on. And not only do we have a strong side in trade finance for our international fans and friends of ICC Austria, but we also cater to our own market. And with that, we're talking about small and mid-sized enterprises. And of course, with the current situation, you would expect the demand for sanction trainings as well as force majeure. So, of course, there is still business that is allowed, but somehow delayed, as Heinz mentioned. So you would expect these kind of trainings and the demand for these kind of trainings to go up. And here's the thing, that did not happen. And that indicates to us, well, for once, that probably everybody is good since 2014 on sanction knowledge in a general way. but at the same time that everybody is good on understanding force majeure since COVID-19, but also, and that is something not a lot of people speak about, and we hear that, I will not name names, of course, from our market, that small and mid-sized enterprises will withdraw from Russia, and they will withdraw from Russia for good. That is what the indication is, because on the other hand, trainings for other markets, again, not naming specific countries, but attendees are going up. And that is a very good indication of what is currently going on. Now, the interesting thing is that a lot of these SMEs are not actually trading in any kind of sanctions trade. So, in theory, the trade could still go on. In practice, they don't do that because of a significant increase on how they evaluate their reputational risk. And that also leads back to a lot of what our panel before us has discussed with the environmental and social governance that will, in future time, play a bigger role in evaluating trade and in evaluating how or what kind of trade partners you will choose. So that's sort of very interesting to see. Question remains, of course, we all saw that after the financial crisis when de-risking was actually demarketing. So we will have to see what's going to happen, but in particular for trade in Russia, at the moment, does not look good. That would be it from my side.
Yes. So we still have 3 minutes left.
I'm not wanting to make the participants wait for the cocktail reception. And no, for the celebration of our winners. We have the big ceremony coming up. I'm quite excited.
Thank you very much, Leo, for this insight. Yes, but we have 2 minutes left. We have 2 minutes left for digitalization. And Jean, your association is a good platform also for keeping members up to date about the topics of digitalization. Now COVID, we have learned all during the COVID crisis how important digitalization is, not only in our private life, but also when you move documents. How do you see the future of digitalization? How does your association support the development of digitalization?
When people ask me that question, the first thing I always say is that people exaggerate the effect of COVID or the pandemic on digitization. We have not become a digitalized world. We have not digitalized our trade systems. But it's on everybody's agenda. And I guess it was there, but it's probably slightly higher up on the agenda. But it's a big thing because, I mean, we could talk about this a long time, and I've only got 30 seconds now, probably. But there's a number of different ways the market commercially could develop between a sort of a really open ecosystem and a sort of platformized system. That's really interesting. There's a lot of money that's gone in, and in some cases with not much in terms of return. So there's that aspect of it. Just specifically what we're doing, because now I've got 10 seconds probably, specifically what we're doing in ITFA, we have a very large fintech cohort. We have about, I think, 45 fintechs in our membership. So all the leading trade fintechs, both the open ecosystem players and the platform providers. So I say it's an open question, but they're all members. We've got a couple of them here in the audience. I myself, I'm on the board of one of them that my own bank has invested in. There are two things that we're doing specifically in it. The first one is called the DNI initiative, Digital Negotiable Instruments. So this is all about essentially digitizing the forfeiting market, digitizing bills of exchange, promissory notes, bills of lading, warehouse receipts, and a whole slew of other trade finance instruments, the core trade finance instruments that have to be paper because of boring legal reasons. And people love them because they give you a lot of protection and security, but they don't love the paper aspect. So let's have the best of both. Today marks actually a major milestone in that. I am an English lawyer, but I won't crow about that. But English law is important in trade documentation. Today, in the Queen's speech, it was announced that the Trade Documents Bill would be adopted, would be put forward for adoption by the Parliament. That is a very simple piece of legislation that ITFA and ICC, a number of others, have played a big part in getting to this stage. And that will simply say anything you can do on paper, you can now do digitally. And that sounds very simple, and it is, because it's a page and a half. The effects of that are potentially enormous. There are all sorts of people who are, some of them are in the audience, who are going to see that as an opportunity. So that's on the primary side of the market, and that will be, so we think, we hope that that bill will be adopted this year, will come into effect at the beginning of next year. The important thing is, you must remember, again, I'm not saying this because I'm an English lawyer, but 80% of the documents used in world trade are governed by English law, and most of those will have, will never touch, the goods will never touch the UK. So that is, it's really important for the development of that system. So that's the primary market. In the secondary market, we have a sister initiative called the TFDI, the Trade Finance Distribution Initiative, which is about, so you've originated these things, how do you sell them into the market? We have another group that we've taken over from ICC, which is looking at bringing in non-bank investors. They want those instruments that they invest in to be simple, to be as much like a bond, a euro bond, as possible. There are various channels for distributing trade assets. So you've got to link everything up. So that's why we have both a primary and a secondary aspect to that.
Thank you very much, John.
More than 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. So we are 2 minutes over. But
Yes.
So thank you very much for my fellow speakers on this panel for joining us. I see this is not a conference, this is a forum. Please join us for a reception at 7 o'clock. So if you have any questions to all my fellow speakers on this panel, please use this opportunity to meet also with the associations. Take advantage of this opportunity to meet and to learn more about the activities of our partner banks also and our confirming banks. So thank you once again for joining. And let's move to the next part of to the highlight of our today's meeting. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudolf, and your panel participants. Now I would like to invite everyone for a very quick coffee break. We're running slightly behind, so we would like to start in 8 minutes. And when you do come back, if I could ask all award winners and everyone accepting awards to be seated in this section here, which will make it much smoother and easier to accept your awards. Thank you very much. To the 2022 TFP Award Ceremony. It's great to be reunited again to celebrate our partner banks' achievements in 2021. We would also like to welcome the award winners who couldn't make it today, but they're all watching online, and we look forward to seeing you all very soon. As you may know from previous award ceremonies, what the TFP really likes is facts. But what we like even more is enjoying good food. There's no better way to bond than over tasty and steamy tagine or a bowl of delicious borscht with pampushki. So this year, we're going to share with you some food facts from our regions, and we hope that after 2 years of lockdowns, we will tempt you to travel and explore the Ebrd region. Without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Francis Malish and Rudolf Putz to award our winning banks. So we start, and the first country to be awarded is Albania. Ferges, translated as summer stew, is without doubt one of the most traditional foods in Albania. The dish consists of tomato sauce, cottage cheese, green peppers, and garlic. The main reason why this dish is called summer stew is that many like to enjoy it when it's already gone cold. The most active issuing bank in Albania is OTP Banka Albania. Banca OTP could not join us here today, but I invite Matteo Colangeli, Director, Regional Head of Western Balkans, to accept this award on their behalf. The next award takes us to Armenia. Every Armenian grandmother has their own dolma recipe, but everyone agrees that the key is how you prepare the vine leaves. Armenians are adventurous with ingredients too. Expect to find lentils, tomatoes, courgette, aubergine, mint, or the more traditional rice. And the most active issuing bank in Armenia in 2021 is Armswiss Bank. And now we travel back to the Western Balkans, to Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Bosnian equivalent to saying an apple a day is each day one should eat something with a spoon. Bosanski lonac, or Bosnian pot, is one such beloved stew named after the type of clay pot it was traditionally made in. It consists of meat and a variety of vegetables simmered together on a low fire for hours. The dish was invented by miners and represents the country's mix of traditions and people. The most active issuing bank in Bosnia and Herzegovina is Raiffeisen Bank. Raiffeisen Bank also couldn't join us today, so Matteo, please come back on stage. And now to Bulgaria. Ask a Bulgarian, and they would say that this relish of tomatoes and peppers called lutenice is the best thing that you can spread on your toast. When you smell the aroma of roasting peppers emanating from balconies throughout the country in autumn, you know that lutenice season is upon you. Congratulations to United Bulgarian Bank for winning the award of Most Active Issuing Bank in Bulgaria for 2021. Sadly, they also couldn't join us in Marrakesh today, but I invite Managing Director for Central and Southeastern Europe, Charlotte Ruud, to accept the award. From Bulgaria, we now move to Croatia. Čorni risotto, or Croatian black risotto, might look like a creation from outer space, but believe it or not, black risotto is a really popular dish, and it's absolutely delicious. It's a regular feature of menus along the Croatian coastline. What gives it the black color is squid ink, and it's a very simple but effective dish. The award of Most Active Partner Bank in Croatia goes to Erste Steinmachersche Bank. Our dear colleagues from Erste can join us, so Charlotte, please come up. From Croatia and now to Egypt. And here we have a tie, and we'll be awarding 2 banks. A dear friend sitting in the audience, and you know who you are, introduced me to this local delicacy on one of my first trips to Cairo. This must-try dessert, Ali, meaning Ali's mother, is a sweet dish of layers of pastry soaked in milk, mixed with nuts and raisins, coconut flakes and sugar. In alphabetical order, the most active issuing bank in Egypt are Bank Audi. Khalid Hamza, Ebrd head of Egypt, will accept this award.
I love Omwani, by the way. And the second award in Egypt goes to Qatar National Bank Al Ahli. Sally? It was you. We now travel to Georgia, the home of khachapuri, a molten canoe of dough and cheese. When it's placed before you, you must wield your spoon fearlessly and vigorously swirl the ingredients together until hypnotizing spirals of orange and white begin to appear. At this point, tear off a corner of bread and duck into the bubbling, cheesy delight. And the most active issuing bank in Georgia is TBC Bank. Staying on the topic of cheese, let's now travel to Greece and the home of feta. Feta cheese is probably the most well-known Greek food. It has been produced in Greece since antiquity, and proof for that can be found in ancient Greek literature. The giant cyclops, Polyphemus, is considered the accidental father of homemade feta. The story describes that as Polyphemus transported the milk collected from his sheep in animal skin bags, one day he realized that the milk curdled and what we now know as feta occurred. In Greece, the award for most active issuing bank goes to Piraeus Bank. Thank you. Competition was also fierce in Jordan, where we have another tie and will be awarding 2 banks. In Arabic, makluba literally means upside down. This dish gets its name from the way it's served. All ingredients are first cooked in a large pot. Then, when it comes to serving, the pot is turned upside down onto a large metal tray, transforming into a delicious mountain of rice, chicken, potatoes, and cauliflower. In alphabetical order, the most active issuing banks in Jordan in 2021 are Bank Al Ittihad,
The next award in Jordan goes to Jordan Ahli Bank, whose award will be accepted by Philip Terward, Regional Head of Eastern Mediterranean. From the Middle East, we go to Central Asia. In Kazakhstan, people can't imagine their lives without soft and tasty fried dough known as baursak. Made with wheat flour, the diamond-shaped dough is traditionally fried and often served with a traditional soup called shurpa. Kazakhs love them so much that the country celebrates Baursak Day every autumn. The most active issuing bank in Kazakhstan is Bank Sata Credit. Bank Sata Credit could not join us, but I would ask Hussein, head of Kazakhstan, to accept the award. And now it's time to go to Kosovo. When you eat that dish, you will be surprised how simple alternating butter and cream can taste so good. Flija is perhaps the best known traditional Kosovan dish. It's a layered pie, and the more layers it has, the better it tastes. Kaymak is generously spread on each of the layers, and the entire pie is then baked as a whole. The award for most active issuing bank in Kosovo goes to NLB Pristina. Returning to Central Asia, our next award goes to Kyrgyz Republic. Beshbarmak is the national dish of Kyrgyz Republic, whilst it's also popular in neighboring countries. It consists of finely chopped meat, boiled in a broth for several hours, and served over homemade noodles. Beshbarmak means 5 fingers, as nomads traditionally eat it with their hands. Congratulations, Optima Bank, on winning the award. And I would like to invite Zuzana Hagartai, Managing Director for Central Asia, to accept this award on their behalf. And now we take you to Lebanon. Adding anything fried to a cellar is a winner in our books, and that is just what you can expect with fattoush. With crunchy lettuce, crispy pita chips, and fresh vegetables, this is truly an ideal combination of healthy and delicious. The most active issuing bank in Lebanon in 2021 is Byblos Bank. Welcome to the stage Halil, head of Lebanon, to accept this award. We now travel to Moldova. Placinte, a dish from Moldova, our next winning country, is a traditional pastry resembling a thin, small, round or square-shaped cake, usually filled with a variety of flavors, ranging from sweet to savory. There are several types of Moldovan pies you shouldn't fail to try. For a savory taste, try cheese, cabbage, or potato, and for sweet, try cherry, apple, or pumpkin. In Moldova, the award for Most Active Issuing Bank in 2021 goes to OTP Bank. And it seems we had 2 potential, Sasha. Sasha Pavlov, a FI head for Moldova, will accept the award. From Moldova to Mongolia, horhog is a Mongolian barbecue and never served in restaurants, even in Ulaanbaatar. What is special about this dish is that the meat is cooked together with stones over a fire. Mongolians traditionally use a milk jug to cook their horhog. The heat of the stones and the steam will cook the meat inside the jug. The most active issuing bank in Mongolia is Hang Bank. I will ask Zsuzsanna to accept this award on their behalf. It's now time to travel to Montenegro. All coastal Montenegrins grow up loving buzara, shellfish, prawns, and shrimp cooked in either red or white wine sauce. Montenegrins love nothing more than to cook up a huge pot of buzara on a summer night and invite their friends round. The most active issuing bank in Montenegro is Hipotekarna Banka Podgorica. And now, to our host country, Morocco. If you're wondering what to eat tonight, then order tagine, a staple in every Moroccan menu, ranging from homes, food stalls, or restaurants. Tagine is named after the conical clay-shaped pot the dish is cooked in. The cone lid helps to trap the steam and lets moisture back into the stew. The entire cooking process is very unique and requires very little water. And the most active issuing bank in Morocco in 2021 is Bank of Africa BMC Group. Next time in Casablanca. Congratulations. From here, we take you back to North Macedonia. Ivar, a pepper spread made of roasted peppers, paprika, and eggplant, is a legendary food for Macedonians. To prepare it, you need an entire day. But the moment you try it, it will be worth the effort. The award of most active issuing bank in North Macedonia in 2021 is Komercijalna Banka Skopje. Congratulations. Congratulations. We now travel to Romania. Sarmale, or cabbage rolls, are a traditional local dish. They're made with sour cabbage, ground meat, rice, onions, tomatoes. They take a few hours to make, but hey, perfection doesn't come in minutes. Eat them with sour cream, and you're set for a Romanian meal. Let's now congratulate Alpha Bank Romania for winning the award of Most Active Issuing Bank in Romania. Thank you to Alpha Bank Greece, who will accept their award on their behalf. And now to neighboring Serbia. Burek is a rather controversial dish amongst the Serbs. A great dilemma exists as to whether the only true burek is the one with meat or cheese. A late night out often ends in the Burgjenica, a workshop for a quick bite of this freshly baked meal where the debate still continues. The most active issuing bank in Serbia is Addiko Bank. I would like to welcome back on stage Mateo to accept this award. The next award for the most active issuing bank goes to Tajikistan. Mante is one of the most popular dishes in Tajikistan. Steamed dumplings filled with meat that are usually eaten with sour cream. The process is long and intricate, but again, well worth the effort. Congratulations to Bankes Hatta for winning the award for most active issuing bank in Tajikistan. And now back to North Africa and to Tunisia. Couscous is a centerpiece of any traditional Tunisian cuisine, a fluffy delight prepared in endless ways across the country. It's typically made with spicy harissa and served with meat or vegetable stew. The most active issuing bank in Tunisia in 2021 is Banque de Tunisie. And it seems our representative from Banque de Tunisie didn't make it. His flight was delayed. So we'll pass it on to him tomorrow. Next, we go to Turkey. Lahmacun, a popular type of street food, is a flatbread topped with spicy minced meat, vegetables, and herbs. Due to its shape and similarity, this delicious snack is often referred to as Turkish pizza. In Turkey, the award for most active issuing bank goes to Alternatif Bank. Congrats. Next, we're very happy to present the award for most active issuing bank in Ukraine. The traditional Ukrainian borscht combines the earthiness of beets, which gives it a distinctive red color, with the freshness of dill and other vegetables. Its popularity has spread throughout Eastern Europe, but it's distinctively served in Ukraine with pampushki, a small, savory, pull-apart bun. Congratulations to Ukrgazbank for winning the Most Active Issuing Bank Award in Ukraine for 2021. And I would like to welcome Vladimir Kuchin, National Bank of Ukraine, to accept the award on their behalf.
And if I may, Vladimir gets a special award for the most resilient central bank in the world. Well done. Thank you very much.
And now, we travel to the host country of the 2023 Ebrd annual meeting, Uzbekistan. Plov is widely considered to be the national dish of Uzbekistan. It is cooked in a gigantic iron cauldron called the kazan over an open fire. You can expect a mountainous portion of rice that has been cooked together with lamb or beef and a variety of vegetables and dried fruits. Plov is not only the most famous dish in Uzbekistan, it is certainly the most delicious. The most active issuing bank in Uzbekistan in 2021 is Ipak Yuli. Last, but certainly not least, we traveled to West Bank and Gaza. Besides its iconic and savory taste, frike is similar to bulgur and other whole grains, is enjoyed by true locals in the mash method by combining the grains with herbs and putting them inside aubergines and vine leaves. The award of most active issuing bank in West Bank and Gaza goes to Quds Bank. Congratulations. Thanks to God. Finally, it's time to award the most active confirming bank. The winner of the most active confirming award in 2021 is Commerzbank. With that, I would like to thank Francis for joining us on stage and all our winners, and welcome Ksenia Brockman, Associate Director, Head of Green Economy Financing Facilities, on stage to present the Green Awards. We are delighted to award and give special recognition this year to our partner banks who have given their fundamental contribution to the development of sustainable trade. To begin, we will award our most active issuing and confirming banks in green trade. The most active issuing bank in green trade in 2021 is Piraeus Bank Greece. Piraeus Bank supported the highest number of green TFP transactions in 2021, resulting in annual GHG emission reductions equivalent to taking 1,000 passenger cars off the streets of Athens. The most active confirming bank in green trade in 2021 is UBS Switzerland. UBS supported the highest number of green TFP transactions in 2021, resulted in annual GHG emissions reductions equivalent to the carbon footprint of 3,400 Swiss households. Thank you for coming. Congratulations. This year we award 5 joint deals of the year for the best green trade finance transactions in 2021. The first deal of the year, green trade, in the category of water savings, is a joint award for Ameria Bank, Armenia, and Banco Popolare di Sondrio. By supporting the import of a modern bottling line, they have achieved the reduction of water and energy usage in Armenia. The second deal of the year, green trade, is in the category of renewable energy. And the award goes to Piraeus Bank Greece and Hellenic Bank Cyprus from promoting the renewable energy in Cyprus through the installation of photovoltaic plants. Hellenic Bank are unable to be here, but please welcome Piraeus back on stage to accept the award. Hello. The third deal of the year, Green Trade, is in the category Material Savings. We would like to recognize the achievement of two banks who have supported the circular economy of the PET plastic sector in Greece. The winners are Alpha Bank Greece and UniCredit Austria. Just Alpha. I'll take. The fourth deal of the year in green trade is in the category of sustainably sourced materials. Congratulations to Alpha Bank Romania and Intesa Sanpaolo Italy. They successfully promoted responsible forest management by supporting trade in sustainably sourced wood products in Romania. Alpha Bank Greece will accept the award on behalf of Alpha Bank Romania. Congratulations. And the final Deal of the Year Grain Trade Award is in the category Energy Efficiency. Well done to Uzprom Bank Uzbekistan and JP Morgan UK, who facilitated the improvement of energy efficiency of the retail sector in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much also to Rudolf and Ksenia for joining me on stage. No, later. I will announce. It's not here. No, you can go down. I will announce it. But you can go down. Congratulations once again to all of the TFP winners. We have also prepared a video with all award winners, which will be sent to you later this week. A few more issues that are not issues, but good news to address. I think we all enjoyed preparation of this forum quite a bit, and being reunited with our colleagues and friends has been a pleasure. So we would like to announce that our annual TFP forum will be coming back this autumn in Istanbul in September 2022, and we hope to welcome everyone there. And now I would like to invite everyone to the drinks reception in the Sarai restaurant. but I would ask the award winners and speakers to stay behind for our usual celebratory photograph. And we'll see you at the drinks. Thank you. Yes, it is. And this. Yeah. Just a note to the award winners and speakers, with regards to the photograph, we would like to take it just after the networking area or before that, where the flags are, the stairs with the flags. So let's head there and we'll take our photograph quickly.